started in earnest, we'll have an entry of appearance of legal counsel for the parties. We'll start off with the applicant, Kentucky Power Company.
Good morning, Your Honor. Katie Glass and Ken Gish of Stites and Harbison for Kentucky Power Company. Also appearing from Akbiche are Kristen Blend and Hector Garcia Santana. They are in-house counsel at AP.
All right, thank you, Ms. Glass. And for the Kentucky Office of the Attorney General.
Morning, Chairman. On behalf of the Attorney General, I'm Lawrence Cook.
Okay. Mr. Cook, will it just be you this week?
Yes,
Okay.
as far as I know.
All right, and for the Kentucky Industrial Utility customers.
Morning, Your Honors. Mike Kurtz, Jody Kyler phone for KIUC.
And for Walmart.
Good morning, Your Honor. Carrie Grunman for Walmart.
And for SWVA Kentucky.
Yes, sir. Kimberly McKeon on behalf of WBA Kentucky.
Thank you, Ms. McCann. For the joint interveners.
Morning, Your Honor. Larry Gary on behalf of Joint Interveners, appearing from Akbiche and Thomas Smar.
Thank you. And for commission staff.
Heather Temple and Mariah Tussey.
All right. Did we end up issuing we ended up issuing the order regarding movement to and from the council stable, right? Okay. And have you all had a chance to discuss that you all will come forward as you please, and you're comfortable that you all can figure that out amongst the three of you?
Your Honor, because I believe the only reason we would come to council table would be to present our witnesses. I believe that we've all comfortable working ourselves out as we need to.
Okay. All right. It's my understanding that public notice and evidence of public notice has been filed into the record. Is that right, Ms. Glass?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And other than, first, let's take up, I believe there are petitions for confidentiality, and there are a number of other motions, but the one I want to take up first is the motion that you filed yesterday regarding Ms. Khan. We'll grant that from the bench for the purposes of the hearing, and then sometime either this week or early next week, we'll formally enter a motion, or enter an order granting the motion for her participation remotely.
Great, thank you.
Are there any other motions that need to be taken up for purposes of processing the rest of the hearing?
I don't believe so.
Okay, all right. We'll start first
Your
with
Honor,
public.
Sorry to interrupt you. It's not necessarily a motion. We did have a request for certain of our witnesses to appear on a date certain.
That's
at
right.
this
So
hearing.
I was gonna mention after the public comments, we're gonna talk about process for a second. So we'll come to back right after public comment. We'll come to talk about process the rest of the week.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. We, pursuant to the press release and the notice of filing that the commission made weeks ago, that public comment would, in addition to being available for the 4 public comment sessions throughout the case, the ones in Catlettsburg, Pikeville, and Hazard, as well as the one here in Frankfort that was also offered virtually, folks that are interested in providing public comment on the case would also be able to do so prior to the start of at the beginning of the hearing this morning. Instructions on how to provide those public comments virtually were posted starting yesterday at 8 a.m. on the Public Service Commission's website. As of about 15 minutes ago, no one had signed up to provide public comments virtually, and therefore we've closed that option for the remainder of the hearing. We will, however, open up for public comments in the room for anybody that is present today that would like to provide public comments. Just please come to the microphone and please give us your name, where you're from, and then you'll have 7 minutes to provide your comments. I would indicate that if there's anybody in the room that has written documentation or pre-prepared comments that they don't get through, that those can be given to us, and we'll put those in the public comment record. And that if anybody would like to file public comments is unable to do so in person, they can always send in public comments prior to the case being closed to either the PSC's, through the PSC's website, by mail, which is at the bottom of our website, psc.gov, psc.ky.gov, or email them to the Kentucky Public Service Commission at psc.comment ky.gov. So I'll open it up for our first public comment.
If you want these.
Just after your comments, we'll grab them. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Suzanne Barker Griffith, and I'm from Ashland, Kentucky. I previously spoke in Catlettsburg. I took my 9 minutes there, but I will definitely take 7 more. So I appreciate it. How I became involved with this is through my church ministry. I do a food bank there. I'm involved with it, and we had more and more people come and saying, do you need help with your, do you help with utility bills? So this alerted to me that there was a big issue. And from that, I became aware of IHEAP and some other programs and was able to get them some information. But the look on some of these people's faces who have never asked for help in their whole life has really shook me to my core. So I'm out of my comfort zone. I'm here. I'm here in front of everybody. So I won't rehash what I've already testified to. I will go ahead and go over some of my notes here. First of all, I'm just a ratepayer. So the amount of compensation for Kentucky Power executives is hidden from the public and deemed to be confidential. For company documentation, the company compares its employee compensation information to utility and general industrial companies on an as-needed basis. The company utilizes the results of such studies to benchmark its benefits plans for reasonableness. To be transparent, Kentucky Power, in my opinion, needs to make public their executive compensation. In addition, if they are going to use the reasoning of comparison, they should also use the same reasoning in the amount they charge ratepayers. Benchmarks on rates should also be used. Currently, according to the 2023 Kentucky Electric Profile, Kentucky has the highest average residential bill in the state at $187. On Kentucky Power's website, it has it at $191. Historical records on the PSC, they reflect the following. In 2000, the monthly usage was 1,348 kilowatts, and that bill was only $65. People could handle that. People could handle $65 in 2000. In 2010, it was 1,500 kilowatts, and the bill was 131. Now, everybody said, you want to save money, use less electricity. That's exactly what happened. People used less electricity. In 2020, it went to 1,200 kilowatts, and the bill was 147. Now, this is where I come in with the people that I go to church with. In 2022, the monthly usage was 1,200 kilowatts, and the bill was $198.54. Guys, people on fixed income do not have that kind of money. I don't know what else to say to you all. I mean, this is heartbreaking. In 2000, the average Social Security check was about 844. It's kind of doubled since then. But the electric bill has went up 3 times. People do not have the money. People on fixed incomes and in our lower income brackets, they simply don't have this, and they sure don't have another 18.6%. That would, from the 198, it would have made it 235. And then with that 10.6%, which I do appreciate Kentucky Power, what they've already done. I think it can go lower. It'd be 219. Now, this is the average. The people that I'm talking about, they live in homes that aren't very well insulated, so their bills are even higher. I talked to one lady, she had a $430 bill, and her grandkids moved in with her. She was crying her eyes out and up there for food for the very first time. Come on, people. In addition to this rate hike is another on the horizon related to their integrated resource plan as they pull out of Mitchell in 2028. I am so deeply concerned. I'm concerned for our people in Eastern Kentucky beyond words. In addition, Kentucky Power needs to give specific cost-cutting plan. I know that I've asked questions that need answered. The below questions were sent to Amy Elliott of Kentucky Power. She would not provide the information, but Cynthia Wiseman has graciously agreed to meet. Now, this is just me from a ratepayer's perspective, okay? How much does Kentucky Power spend on political advocacy or activities per year? Could that be cut? I mean, I'm a ratepayer. Should I be paying them to go talk to politicians about things that might actually go against my interest? What candidates receive money support from Kentucky Power over the past 5 years? How much did each candidate receive? How much do they give to PACs? What legislation has been lobbied for by Kentucky Power? I can assure you that I was so upset about HB 66. You know, it was introduced this past year to address disconnections, and it never even made it out of committee. I want to know, did Kentucky Power lobby against that? Because that was in my people's interest. It really was. Does Kentucky Power have any company standards related to financing political activities? If they are, I want to know exactly what they are. I want to know how much, I want to know who they're supporting, and I want to know what legislation they're supporting, because if it goes against the ratepayer, if it goes against the ratepayer's best interest, I'm concerned. How much does Kentucky Power give year in sponsoring various community events? I can assure you, I love going to the Paramount. I love going to the things that they sponsor. But should they be sponsoring them when they have this higher rates? Really? Can we just maybe like check off on our box whether we want to participate in that, or should people be forced to do that? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. But that's my 2 cents, and that's why I came all the way from Ashland today to give you my 2 cents. In addition, in 2017, it's on the back of this, there was an op-ed written by, I think his name was Matthew Salterwhite. And it was, and I remember reading it at the time, sorry. Okay.
One more minute.
Okay, well, I'm just going to stop then and let you read it then, because he talked about how they supported Brady Industries, which was nothing but a gut punch, and how they took a big trip to Paris, and I'm like, that's not too cool on ratepayer money. And I'm going to talk about one more thing, and then I will be done. In conclusion, I would like to say I did hear Ms. Wiseman state at the Interim Joint Committee on Natural Resources that other parts of the state were gaining population. I can assure you all of that was planned. We do not have a comprehensive plan in Eastern Kentucky. I would like to work with people on that because I know that it works. I respectfully request the PSC to scrutinize this application with the parameters set by law to the utmost care and consideration to the maximum benefit possible to the ratepayers of Eastern Kentucky, whom already pay the highest average bill in the state while experiencing high levels of poverty. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you will provide, sorry, Ms. Griffin, if you'll provide those to Mr. Hinton right here, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. If there's anyone else that would like to provide public comment, please come on to the microphone. State your name and where you're from, and after you begin your comments, I'll begin the clock.
Yes, thank you all. I'm Letcher County Judge Executive Terry Adams. I represent Letcher County, and while I don't represent big business, I represent the people in Letcher County. We have just went through a terrible flood situation a year and a half ago. Residents are suffering, and to add more to their funds that they have, many folks are on a fixed income. To add more to that hurts the people in Letcher County, and I'm very interested in my county getting better, and I feel like that this is, like the lady said, it's a gut punch to the people in Letcher County and Eastern Kentucky. We, for years, mined the coal that helped Kentucky Power to succeed. Now those coal reserves are not being mined, and that puts my folks in more dire circumstances. A lot of folks are on fixed income. A lot of elderly that their families mine this coal are now suffering. And I want to say I do appreciate Kentucky Power. for providing a service to Eastern Kentucky and our region. But at the same time, I do oppose this rate increase. If we're going to do something for people in Eastern Kentucky that can't afford to pay these increases, then we need to look to helping them get those homes more efficient, that it don't cost as much to heat them in the wintertime. We're truly suffering in Eastern Kentucky, and I know there's a profit margin that has to be made by a company, but to put that on the backs of people that already can't pay their bills is not acceptable. The fiscal court in Letcher County passed a resolution to oppose this, and I believe y'all have got a copy of that. I would appreciate your all's consideration. Like I said, I don't represent big business. I represent folks in Eastern Kentucky that are struggling just to pay their bills. I appreciate y'all's time. Thanks.
Is there anyone else that would like to provide public comment this morning? Okay. Seeing no one, I'd like to remind folks again that public comment can be provided at any time prior to the submission of the case. Let's call it the next 2 weeks, just to be safe. Again, public comments can be sent to the Kentucky Public Service Commission a number of ways. First, through our website, psc.ky.gov. Through our email address, they can be emailed to psc.comment@ky.gov. They can also be mailed to the Public Service Commission at 211 Sower, S-O-W-E-R, Boulevard, Frankfort, Kentucky 40602. We just ask that anytime you provide public comment, you include your name and where you're from. All right, seeing no one else, we will end the public comment portion this morning, and we'll talk for a minute about the process for the rest of the week and discuss witness availability. So we'll go in reverse order because everybody else has less people to deal with than the applicant does. So let's see. For the Attorney General for AGK, you see Mr. Collin is here, and looking at least earlier they were, and I think they still are. Mr. Bodino and Mr. Barron are available remotely. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And with some sort of reasonable notice, they may need to step away, but they can step back in order to be presented. Is that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Grumman for Walmart, Ms. Perry is available
She is here in the room and
in person through the next couple of days. Is that correct?
we would request just for her travel arrangements that she be permitted to testify today or tomorrow.
That's right. Okay.
And, excuse me, Your Honor, in light of my specific limitations today, either this afternoon or tomorrow would likely be easiest.
Okay. All right. And Ms. Glass, Mr. Gish, do you all have a position as it relates to taking Ms. Perry out of order insofar as that becomes necessary?
Your Honor, the company would prefer to present its case in full before any intervener witnesses took
Okay.
the stand, so we'd request that that be denied.
Well, so one of the items is that you all separately have now I have to skip back over to your all's long list. Mr. Ali is only available starting on Thursday.
That's correct.
If we have time available tomorrow, and Mr. Ali is effectively the only person left, do you all still object to taking other interveners, witnesses out of place?
No, I think that would be reasonable. If we're just waiting on Mr. Ali, then other witnesses may proceed before we can get all
So
the consent.
let's get through about 3/4 of the way through the day, and maybe after our last break this afternoon, which I'll talk about in a second, we can have a conversation about what it looks like, how many witnesses we've gotten through today, and what Wednesday and Thursday looks like, and we'll take up the issue of Ms. Perry again. How about that, Ms. Grumman?
Your Honor, I would just note that in light of the fact that the parties have all agreed to waive cross on one another, this is a somewhat different situation than a typical proceeding where the order may be different. So just in terms of some scheduling she has later in the week, if at all possible, would like to be able to get her out tomorrow, but happy to defer that full conversation till later.
we'll have that conversation this afternoon. All right, so it's my understanding that witnesses Ali, is it Schlattz?
Are you
Going from
asking
memory
who
here.
needs to
Yeah, I'm
testify?
sorry, the three that you sought to have date certain.
So we have 4 requests
Four.
for witnesses to testify on date certain. Ali Wolfram to
That's
testify
right.
on November 29th.
1 second here, okay?
Fetter to testify on November 29th.
Okay,
Mackenzie to testify on November 30th. And Ali to testify on and after November 30th.
okay. And so Mr. McKenzie is not here, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Again, we'll have that conversation this afternoon as to what the rest of the week looks like. We will go each day until approximately 4:30, and we'll end each day at about 4:30. We'll start back again each morning at 9, and we'll take our ordinary breaks at, let's call it roughly 10:30, again at noon, again at 2:30, about 3 o'clock, and then we'll break at 4:30. Does anybody have any concerns with that?
No.
Okay. I do have, we'll wait till the very end to do admonishments as it relates to the proposed stipulation or settlement agreement, whatever it's titled. I do have a question about process. Am I to read that the settlement agreement says that the other parties waive any cross-examination of a witness, or cross-examination is permitted insofar as it's, well, let me just end it right there. Is everybody agreeing not to cross-examine at all, or not to cross-examine unless it's in support of the proposed stipulation settlement agreement?
I believe the parties this morning have agreed that there would be no cross-examination at all, but I will let the other counsel confirm that.
The joint interveners have no intended cross-examination of the witnesses.
Okay.
That was also Walmart's position, so I know.
Same for the AG, no intent to cross.
Same.
Okay. All right. And then for the joint interveners, it's my understanding that Tyler Cummings is on remotely, and I see your other 2 witnesses here. Just refresh my memory, it's already been a long morning.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Cummings has other commitments on Thursday the 30th, so if he could testify today, tomorrow, or again, starting on Friday, as long as he's remote still, that is fine with his schedule. Of course, Commission's discretion will make things work as we need to. Mr. McDonald, I don't believe, has any other commitments. Mr. Bills has other commitments beginning the start of next week. If it comes to that point, we might ask the Commission to consider allowing him remote. but-
If it comes to that point, we have bigger problems, Mr. Gary. Yeah.
Understood.
All right. Okay. I do think it's safe to say that we probably won't get Mr. Bills or Mr. McDonald on today or tomorrow is going to be my guess.
With your permission, may they be excused if needed then?
If they would like to go do some work at Panera, that'll be fine. Whatever they'd like to do for the next 2 days, I think they'll be okay to do so.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have it right now that my expectation or my intention is to roughly, once we get through, I mean, just how I have it is that you all would be the last to put on your witnesses, Walmart before and the AGKAC, but of course, we can have that conversation as we work through it.
And as to Mr. Cummings, if he's available during those times whenever, but if he could drop off until we can. let
That'd be
him
fine.
join.
Yeah, and he can, of course, as with anybody, watch live on YouTube and have a good idea of where things are going. Okay. Other than the witnesses 22 through 25, Ms. Glass, do you all intend on, or plan on, I'm not going to hold you to it necessarily, but intend on deviating from your prepared witness list?
We don't intend to do that.
Okay. Okay. With that being the case, I would ask that witnesses Wiseman, West, Phillips, and I don't think another one, not until Burkholder. So that's, sorry. Wiseman, West, Phillips, and Burkholder all stay after they've testified. And then we will take up individual requests to excuse witnesses for the remainder of the hearing after their cross-examination, depending on the contents of the cross-examination, whether or not we think they should stay. And we will entertain a, well, let me just ask, with Ms. Khan, does she need to be dismissed, or does she need to leave once she's done her cross-examination, or is she fine to continue to participate remotely in case she needs to be recalled?
We'd request that she be excused, but if she does need to stay around to be recalled, that's fine. We can accommodate that for sure.
We'll take that up then. All right. All right, is there anything else, Ms. Glass, that we need to take up?
Yes, I have two matters that I'd like to take up. One relates to the parties' agreement not to cross-examine each other's witnesses. For that reason, and in order to expedite the hearing, we'd request that cross-examination go directly to staff rather than going around the parties and asking if they have cross-examination.
No objection to that.
Yeah, I guess that's not really my call. Pursuant to my last question, does that mean that all of the parties are fine to effectively waive their opportunity to ask cross-examination?
At this point, yes.
Okay,
Same here.
that'll be fine.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, just briefly, before we go live, I just wanted to remind the bench, consistent with the motion for special accommodations that I filed previously, I will be in and out of the room today due to some conflicts.
Yeah, we have that. Thank you.
So to the extent, because we're skipping it, sort of alleviates that, but just wanted to make sure you were aware.
Okay. All right, Ms. Glass?
Thank you. The last matter that I have is we discovered a small typo on the signature page of our settlement agreement where there is the incorrect date on the execution date. I have received corrections of that date and gotten signatures from all counsel for all parties,
Okay.
both signatory and non-opposing, and we intend to file that corrected signature pages into the record.
Okay, that'll be fine. And that change was related to, what was the date?
The
Or
date.
what was the mistake?
So it originally says the 17th day of November of 2017, that the settlement agreement was executed, so it's just changed to 2023.
All right. So
The
it's not,
seven-
it's not a date, it's not a substantive date as it relates to any of the provisions of the agreement other than the date that it was entered into?
Exactly.
Okay. All right, yeah, that'll be fine, to please.
Thank you.
Please update that. I also have one oh, sorry, you said two things, so I just,
That was the second.
okay. There have been a couple of items that have been filed in the last day or two. There was a notice of filing earlier today that included what looked to be, or what was described, I didn't look at the read first, but what is described as a draft securitization documents in support of the company's application.
Yes,
A
Your
purchase and sale agreement, a servicing agreement, and administration agreement. As a notice of filing, I guess my question is, is it the company's intention to provide this for the commission's consideration sort of in the form of a pleading? Or is there someone specifically that can support the reasonableness or legal effect or implication, I guess, of the actual documents that are provided in the notice of filing? Is there anybody in the 25 folks that I can ask questions about those documents?
Let me ask very quickly.
Well, and it's not gonna be the first 6 people on your
No,
list.
it wouldn't.
So we can, if you could get that after the first break, that would be great.
Okay, great.
Okay.
And just so it's clear, we did ask that Kentucky Power file those.
because some of our consultants wanted to review them as well, and so that's why they were filed late yesterday.
Yeah, I just need to make sure, I mean, it, as a notice of filing, there's no oath or affidavit, there's no, so I want to make sure that if we have questions, we know who to direct them to on the stand today.
Understood.
The second is, you had some updated or supplemental responses, I think, filed yesterday that were, for instance, that first set 139, which is the invoices.
Yes.
Let me see here. And then there was something also recently filed in the last couple of days. I guess I called the last week. Well, I can't find it now. Oh, it was the supplement on the 17th. And I guess I want to make sure I have an appreciation for the supplement that was filed on the 17th. Is that the... Sorry. Do you know what... How do I say this?
So,
Do you know what was changed?
I can get you an answer on that specifically. I believe it's just a quarterly update to the information that's included in these application exhibits.
Okay, and so I guess what I'm trying to make sure I have an appreciation for is, again, there was no specific, or that I could find the document, oath or affidavit, as to who supported the supplement. And so, is it, if it's just an update, does it just relate back to the application exhibits, and whoever supported the original application exhibits, it's assumed that they're also supporting this? That's what I want to, so again, at the 10:30 break, that would be great.
I will find that out. Thank you.
Okay. Then finally, as a process issue, if there is anybody on the stand, and this goes for all of the parties, but if there's any witnesses that are called to the stand, in person or virtually, in which the witness has corrections to make to pre-file direct testimony, supplemental testimony, rebuttal testimony, data request responses, whatever it is, I'm fine with the person correcting their testimony or making those amendments on the stand. But I would ask that you provide within, let's say, 5 days after the hearing, 5 business days, a document amendment or change to all of those, so that we actually have them in the written record, and the written record is not necessarily amended by day whatever of the video record. So if you have a change to testimony, a change to a data request response, that you provide that in a markup form with an affidavit within 5 days after when the change is made on the stand, and that's done in a way that it's clear what the change was. Yeah. All right. Is there anything else that we need to take up before we call the first witness?
One quick thing, Mr. Fitzgerald has reminded me, we have a number of counsel who have been viewing remotely and asked that other counsel be excused as well, including Mr. Fitzgerald.
Oh, that's fine, as long as, well, for your
I'm here
purposes,
for the
as long
duration,
as you're
this
here
is
for the
Mr.
purposes of
Smart.
the Pro Hoc Vice, as long as Mr. Gish and Ms. Glass are here for the purposes of their Pro Hoc Vice, as long as somebody is here to represent the party with the nuance of our granting of Ms. Grumman's request, as long as there's somebody for each party, that is perfectly fine.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gish, Ms. Glass, you can call your first witness.
Thank you. The company calls Cynthia Wiseman. She'll be presented by Ms. Blend.
Do you all have a list of who will be presenting who?
Yes.
Yeah, we can
Could
get
you,
you one.
at the first break, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please have a seat. Please state your name and address.
Cynthia Wiseman, Kentucky Power, 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41101.
Ms. Blinn?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Wiseman.
Good morning.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed with Kentucky Power, and I'm the president and COO.
Did you cause direct testimony and responses to data requests to be filed into the record of this case?
Yes,
Do you have any corrections or changes to any of those documents at this time?
I do not.
And if I were to ask you the questions contained in those documents today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Temple?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Wiseman, if you can't hear me, just let me know and I'll try and speak louder. The first thing I wanted to talk to you about is the AEP third quarter earnings call. Did you view that or listen in or anything?
I did listen to it,
Okay.
yes.
And so in that call, the AEP CEO, Julia Sloat, or I don't know exactly how to pronounce it, indicated that Kentucky Power would be placing rates into effect on January 14th, which is the suspension date.
Right.
Is that your understanding?
Yes, that is my understanding. That's typical for us to put interim rates in, and unless something changes, that's our plan for this case.
And was that Kentucky Power's call or AEP's call, or was it joint?
I would say it was a collective call. It's been presumed from the beginning.
Okay. In your testimony that was with the application, you noted, and other people did as well, that Kentucky Power has had declining customers and declining sales, at least going back to 2008. What have you all done, or what has AEP implemented or Kentucky Power to account for that declining customer base? Like, how has the business model changed?
I'm not sure how the business model has changed necessarily. I think certainly completely aware of the economic situation in our territory and trying to take careful consideration on any filings that we make and the impact that that would have on our customers. Also, our efforts in economic development should not be overlooked. I mean, that is an AEP-wide initiative, and it started years ago, and that is, it's a long-term solution, but it is a solution if we're able to bring back people and jobs to the territory. Certainly, that would have a positive impact on rate making.
And how does economic development in the future translate to making sure customers have the lowest cost now?
Well, I mean, there's the level of fixed costs that are spread across the customer base. Certainly that would be a significant part of it if we were able to attract new customers to the area, new, jobs to the area is important, and then obviously new business for load.
Also, in your testimony, you said that currently, or at least when the application was filed, that Kentucky Power has 282 employees.
Right.
And that you are continuously looking for opportunity to add staff. So if customers and sales are declining, why are you still looking to add more staff?
Well, our employee count fluctuates a little bit. I'm not sure exactly what the count is today. I mean, it's around that number, and certainly, we're looking for opportunities to provide jobs, and we have good paying jobs in the region, but also I would probably characterize our efforts going forward as optimizing our organization. We have a lot of people who are nearing retirement age, and so it's been our practice this year to carefully look at all of our positions and find ways to, if needed, to restructure and optimize our team, and also prepare for the future. I mean, the best example I can give of that right now is if we are successful in having future energy efficiency programs, we will need to identify a person or two in-house to do that. I think I know what that will be. That will be in our customer service group. But those are the types of things that we're looking at now. So I know the testimony says that. I'm not saying that we're always looking to grow our employee count. We have a pretty big impact in the region, with our employees and the contractors that we use.
And the contractors was actually gonna be my next question. You said that, you know, the independent contractors are mostly for vegetation management, right? But has there been any studies or anything looking at whether or not it is more cost effective to use independent contractors for the vegetation management, or if you all had brought that in-house?
I'm sure there have been studies. I'm not aware of them. Witness Phillips may be able to address that, but I can tell you that I think nationwide the practice is to use contractors because it is less expensive than to maintain, you know, several hundred employees on staff in each operating company or each utility.
And then at one point, you stated that the company continues to explore all possible approaches to provide reliable power in the most cost-effective manner. And can you kind of detail what exactly those cost-effective manners are?
So some of what I've already described, that, I mean, we are acutely aware of our territory that we serve and the struggles that people are facing with, you know, as you've heard in the public comment sessions and in the public comments submitted, with fixed income and high energy usage. And so when we consider, you know, any decision, the customer is always considered and top priority. And we, you know, are, again, we were very careful in what we put in this rate case so that it can have a minimal impact on customers. We plan accordingly for looking for the least cost option for our customers in everything that we do. Economic development, certainly, the efforts that we put forth in our community support are mostly going toward housing and hunger, because we agree with what Judge Adams said about housing and energy efficiency is a big problem in our territory.
And so what exactly are you doing, either through Kentucky Power or AEP, to address that, the housing issue,
Well, our energy efficiency proposal that will come later in the year, and we're working with the joint interveners, and of course, in the settlement agreement, there was a large piece of that is the collaboration with the joint intervener representatives. And, you know, we had already started some of that before talking with the Mountain Association earlier this year and throughout the year, really. And so, I mean, I would love the day, I mean, also in our settlement package, we increased the amount of energy assistance for customers. I would love the day to come when we didn't need to do that, but we've got a few years of work ahead of us. And when I'm saying we, I'm talking about the region. I'm not talking about necessarily Kentucky Power can do all of this, but certainly through working together with partners, we can hopefully make a difference in housing and in those areas.
And that increase that you just mentioned to the funding for the low-income customers that was in the settlement or in your original application, like how much is that exactly? How much is it per year that you're gonna put in?
We doubled it in the settlement agreement so that it would be, we would be able to serve 5,700 customers. The exact amount, I think it was 80, we doubled it to 80 cents. I'd have to, subject to check, I'd have to look up the settlement agreement. I'm not sure what page it's on.
Oh, I believe it was 80 cents.
We
in the
doubled our,
settlement
yeah,
agreement.
okay, thanks. Oh, there it is.
prior to this rate case, so it was in 2020, the commission authorized a 9.3 ROE. And you stated in your testimony that the earned ROE from March 22 to March 23 was 2.9.
Correct.
Can you kind of explain why that is?
Yeah, there are a number of factors going into that. Obviously, the lag between the rate cases, the weather has had a major impact. We've had mild weather, interest expense. There's a number of reasons that have contributed to a lower ROE.
But how was that calculated? Do you know, or how was the 2.9 ROE calculated exactly, that's what was earned?
I'm not sure who calculated it specifically. There would be, let me look at my witness list. Another witness would be able to address that specifically. But that is, a calculation that we do on a regular basis. Witness West probably could address that.
And do you know if that included any of the under-recovered tariff PPA expenses or the Winter Storm Elliott expenses or anything like that?
I'm not sure. Again, I would defer that to Witness West.
And so in this proceeding, you all hired Mr. McKenzie to look at the ROE, and he recommended 10.6%. But you all didn't ask for that, and now even with the settlement, have agreed to 9.75. So why do you think that Kentucky Power will be able to earn a 9.75 if you weren't able to earn the 9.3?
Well, I think this rate case is a good first step in the outcome of that. And, I can't predict the future, but I believe, we're on the right track. And, I'm not sure what we'll earn in 2024, but, I think we're putting forth our efforts in this case to, hopefully improve the financial health of the company.
But again, how are you gonna do that?
Well, I think through this rate case improves that. The outcome of this rate case will certainly improve our ROE. And then, in addition to that, we're very mindful of every dollar that we spend, and that will continue, and, looking at opportunities to save.
And who at Kentucky Power approves all of the invoices and stuff for the rate case expenses? Is that you or is that someone else?
For the rate case expenses, I approve a lot of invoices, but I imagine it might be Witness West.
Okay. I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Question?
Can you hear me okay?
I can.
And a lot of my questions are along the same lines as what staff was asking about how specifically you could point to how you expect to be able to earn the ROE that you're requesting. Can you give us any examples of what you'll be doing differently? If we gave you a 9.3 in the last rate case and you earned 2.9, what specifically would you be doing differently now?
Well, I think, as I've said, we're very mindful of every dollar that we're spending, so we'll make sure that we're not, being excessive there. We're focusing on our reliability efforts, being, very careful with our, the DRR that's proposed. And then I think the outcome of this case will get us on the right track to a more financially healthy company.
So, over the past 5 years or so, you've been unable to earn the ROE that's assigned or allowed. Your credit rating is down. And you needed, I think, 59 million more in income in the test year to reach the ROE that you were aiming for. Is that That's about right.
Right, I think that's right.
Meanwhile, the customer bills have gone up pretty consistently during that same time period. What costs did you cut? Can you tell me some specific costs? Those were the questions that were being asked by the public commenters over and over. What costs have you cut before you come back and ask for increases for the customers' bills?
I'm not, specific costs that we've cut, Witness West might be able to expound on that more so than me, since he is over our finance, but we, look at positions as we have vacancies and whether or not we can, need to fill them or need to do, reallocate them in some way. We're just very mindful of the day-to-day spending on our O&M side. Certainly, the solution for this is, again, back to improving our efforts in economic development and having some good results there.
Can you tell us why we shouldn't be concerned that AEP shareholders have had record profits during the same time period?
I'm not really able to speak to that. I mean, I don't, why you shouldn't be concerned. I mean, I think Kentucky Power operates, as its own entity, and AEP is our parent company. We receive a lot of services from them to support us, and, it's the model that we operate under.
At the same time, AEP executives continue to make some fairly large salaries, and an allocation, at least portions of that come from Kentucky Power. Are there discussions about how the Kentucky Power entity shouldn't be supporting as much of the executive salaries? Given the circumstances that we've talked, I think your testimony called it dire financial circumstances. Have there been talks like that?
Not that I've been a part of, but we're a very small part of AEP. Certainly, it's been a volatile couple of years with the sale process, and that I've not been a part of AEP executive compensation discussions.
Who would be if it isn't you as the CEO?
I mean, that's just not a topic that I would probably recommend that you speak to Witness Carlin about AEP executive compensation.
You have fewer and fewer customers, which certainly is going to mean less income.
That's certainly what, I'm sorry?
Less income,
Oh,
less customers. Even while you're raising the bills, you're continuing to have less and less income. And I know that the territory is tough. It's a tough territory. And a lot of the reason for such high bills has to do with the fact that a lot of the houses are not energy efficient. And we've heard that from Kentucky Power officials for years. How would you explain the companies in surrounding areas, Harlan County, for instance, borders many of Kentucky Power counties, and their bills are much lower as a rule because they have LG&E and KU. How can you explain that? Does Harlan County have more efficient houses? How are they able to keep bills low?
I'm not really sure about Harlan County housing, but I would say that because LG&E and KU have more customers overall, and their some of their non-rural areas probably lift them up, where we have 20 counties of pretty rural territory. We don't have a metropolitan area like Louisville or Lexington or an area like that. So they have more customers to spread their cost over. That's why their rates are lower.
What about the unpredictability of Kentucky Power bills compared to other utilities? How would you account for that, the wild unpredictability between the fuel adjustment clause adjustment in every 2 months?
Well, the fuel adjustment clause is a monthly true-up, and a couple years ago, when fuel costs were really on the rise, it did cause bills to escalate. Those are back down now, but that is that is the nature of the fact that it fluctuates every month. I don't know about the unpredictability. I mean, we have a lot of programs to work with customers on, every customer on average monthly payment plan or a budget plan would be okay with me. That would be a good thing, because that does levelize their bills. We also have a lot of other programs to work with customers on payment arrangements, but really the volatility in bills is around usage in the winter and the summer months when temperatures are, lower and higher. And it is, I strongly believe that, I believe that we are in a housing crisis in Eastern Kentucky. I agree with what Scott McReynolds says at HDA, that we were in a crisis before the flood occurred. I've seen customers using 6,000 kilowatt hours in a month, which is unheard of. They should be using around 1,300. So we have got to do more about educating customers on heating sources and appropriate heating sources. I also heard Scott say that people are afraid to use their heating systems and that you're using portable heaters instead, and that just skyrockets an electric bill. And we put that information out all the time, but it's difficult to get people to understand it or hear it or listen to it. But I think that's an area where we need to do more.
Do you think the unpredictability has something to do with the fact that you generate hardly any power and have to purchase it all?
That we generate what, I'm sorry?
Very little.
That we generate very, well,
Right.
we're 100% owned right now with Mitchell and Big Sandy. So, no, I don't think that has anything to do with it.
Does Kentucky Power have plans to build some generation?
Certainly haven't ruled it out. It would be an option. It's in our IRP as an option. As I said, we're 100% owned with Mitchell and Big Sandy right now, and Mitchell, of course, will end in 2028. And then we currently have the RFP that is in process, that is for purchase power agreement. So that is an opportunity for us to rebalance our portfolio. And then, in the IRP too, which that hearing is coming up, but we'll also look at extending the life of Big Sandy and yes, of course, there's a possibility that we may own or build generation in the future.
If the Public Service Commission continues to award you a higher return on equity and higher rates with each subsequent case, at this point, how is that not rewarding inefficient and poor,
And what was the last part of your question?
inefficient and poor management of Kentucky Power?
I don't know how to answer that question. That would be a legal question for one. I don't think that we're mismanaging our business. We haven't had a rate filing or rate increase in 3 years. We need to have a financially healthy company to attract capital so that we can continue to invest in the territory.
I believe you live in Eastern Kentucky as well, in the service area, in Ashland, as you've testified before. What can you say to your neighbors about what they can expect and why this will get better?
Well, I think the message of hope in Eastern Kentucky is beyond Kentucky Power is generally around economic development And those efforts, I mean, there are a lot of groups and people working on those. We're trying to support those in the ways that we can and be at the table for those discussions. And then again, around housing, I think improvement, I mean, the governor's High Ground Initiative, we're trying to be involved and support that. Some of what the nonprofits are doing, Christian Appalachian Project, HDA, some of those other group Homes Incorporated, they're doing great work, and we're trying to find a way to support them in any way we can. If I had every charitable dollar I had, if I could give it to improving housing, then certainly we would, and that's a focus of AAP's anyway, on housing and hunger. But, yeah, I mean, there's no denying there are tough years ahead still. The economy in Eastern Kentucky has been declining for a very long time. And, you know, we know that it's from the loss of coal mining jobs from, you know, probably a couple decades ago. And we talk a lot about how we didn't diversify sooner in the region, in the whole Appalachian region. And so, yeah, I think we have work to do, and Kentucky Power wants to be a partner in that. Yes, do we need to file rate cases and possibly raise rates? At least, you know, we have to do that now in order to be able to provide the service.
So questions there?
Morning.
Morning.
Just to follow up on the Vice Chair's question about the AEP compensation. And I know you haven't had those discussions, but as the COO, you've watched, you know, the number of people from the area move away, not as many homes. What proactively, or what as a plan, have you put together to, before you come in for a rate increase, cost-cutting measures? I'm assuming you guys would sit down as an executive team and take a look at the region and try to get ahead. Have you guys gone through that process where you look at where you can cut costs and done all that before you come into the rate increase request?
I don't know that we necessarily did it before we filed this rate case, but it is pretty much a daily exercise that we do, working with Mr. West and Mr. Phillips and Ms. Elliott, which makes up the executive team at Kentucky Power, and certainly looking at ways that we can cut cost. And you know, my word this year has been, let's look at everything and make sure there's no waste out there. I mean, but we're, you know, of course, we're always looking at our budget and trying to find ways to be more efficient with it.
And I know you guys have done outreach to the community, and it isn't easy to get people in. Have you thought about doing some, like town halls, helping people, you know, learn where they can be more efficient with their energy? Yeah,
we actually tried that at the beginning of this year, I think. It's been a busy year. I think it was the beginning of this year. And we, and I believe I've mentioned this to some of you before, but we had practically no turnout at those. We offered 3 in the hazard area. And we targeted customers. We didn't open it up to everyone, but we targeted customers who we thought could benefit from some information. We had stations set up, and we mailed postcards to their homes, and we did other things to notify them, and you know, we had virtually no turnout. But are we open to more of that? Absolutely. I mean, my plan at the time was to, and I was in a former position, but was to spread those across the territory, but we just didn't do it because we need to regroup and figure out why nobody came. And I mean, you know, it crossed my mind during the public comments meetings that the presentation that you all do in the beginning is so good, and if we could get all of our customers to listen to that, I mean, I think that's where we have work to do, is trying to work on helping people understand about rate making and what we're trying to do. And, you know, I'm hoping that through our collaboration with our joint interveners that will be, you know, that they will be a partner in that too.
Can you understand the frustration of the residents in that area? When they
Absolutely.
When they see an AEP executive compensation, and then their rates keep going up?
Yes, I can understand the frustration and there's a little bit of, there's been some misinformation out there, but been a little bit of a disconnect that, the difference between AEP and Kentucky Power and understanding the parent company and how it operates and that it's a large corporation. But I think, Witness Carlin again could probably address that because I think it comes up in other jurisdictions.
Okay. And you as a COO, have you gone to AEP and asked for kind of specific cost-cutting reductions that they could help with? Because I understand they're the parent company, but they also should be providing some direction in cost-cutting measures, whether that's consolidation or other things. Like a contract for, the vegetation.
Yes.
Is that an AEP contract or is that a Kentucky Power contract?
I would say it's mutual. I mean, we work hand in hand with AEP on pretty much every decision that we make. And so certainly like a vegetation management contract, Witness Phillips would be involved in that. We have a lot of subject matter experts at the parent company, and we're not all subject matter experts in every topic, and they advise and guide us, but ultimately the operating company has a lot of final say in what we do. But yes, I mean, and this year especially, we have all been going through, some budget optimization exercises.
I think that's it, thanks.
Morning.
Good morning.
I've got a few questions. I'll get started and then we'll take a break and come back. Hopefully I can fix my chair in the interim as well because I'm basically on the floor back here. Let's start with a couple of, we'll call them easy ones. You're the COO and president of Kentucky Power, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. The CEO is Julie Sloat?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Sloat is also the CEO of AEP, is that right?
Yes, she's the CEO of AEP.
Do you know whether the other states are set up similarly?
Do I know if the other states, the other operating companies?
Where the CEO of AEP is also the CEO of the operating companies?
I believe so, yes.
When the other day on the earnings call, Ms. Sloat announced that it was the expectation, this is in her prepared remarks, which I've come to find out after coming to the PSC that those are pre-recorded. I always thought they did it live, and I was always very impressed. But they're pre-recorded. And she, in her prepared remarks, said something about how the suspension date in this case is January 14th, and that she would expect new rates. She got specifically asked about that, and from my read of it, indicated that regardless of whether an order was given on the 14th, that you all would intend on putting rates into effect on the 14th. I understood from your response earlier to staff's questions that that is the case. Is that right?
Yeah, as of right now, that is our intent, is to put the interim rates in. We can handle that from the IT side. It would be great if the commission issued an order by then so that we didn't have to further confuse customers on down the road if we have to refund or increase. But, and, I think in the settlement agreement, there was discussion around that too. That the preferred time would be to put rates into effect in mid-January.
Was that, I don't know that I understood from your response earlier, is that your call or Ms. Sloat's call?
I think it's a collective call. I mean, I think through the process of preparing the rate case, we informed Ms. Sloat that that was probably our intention from a financial perspective. I mean, it's what we need to do. It also allows us to, suspend while securitization works out the decommissioning rider and the Rockport. reg asset, so.
Okay, so it sounded like it was your call. You said we informed. I assume that means the folks at Kentucky Power informed her. Is that right?
We have, yeah, I mean, through the folks, including council who puts together the rate case, I mean, we were, pretty certain from the beginning that we would have to put rates in effect by January. Did I specifically tell Ms. Sloat that? No, but I'm sure that it made it to her at some point.
Well, and the reason I'm asking is because previous folks in your position have explicitly stated that profit and loss responsibility falls on the COO and president of Kentucky Power, even though there's technically a CEO. And what my question really is who does the buck stop with? Who has the ultimate authority in this regard? Is it you or is it the CEO of Kentucky Power?
I mean, I don't really know how to answer that. I mean, we work collectively, and I'm new in my role, and certainly been getting up to speed this year, but I feel like I make a lot of decisions for this company. Collectively, I don't operate in a silo, but yes, I have a team in Kentucky. We have teams at AEP, and I rely on their guidance and advice.
Yeah, and I'm going to have lots of questions in this regard today and throughout the rest of the hearing, especially to Mr. Burkholder. But is what's best for Kentucky Power always what's best for AEP?
Is what's best for Kentucky Power always best for AEP? I think so. I mean, we individually determine, each operating company makes individual determinations based on its circumstances. And we receive a lot of support from AEP around those matters. I mean, they're our parent company.
Well, yeah, those are all facts. What I'm trying to ask about is, is it your perception that things that are good for one are mutually beneficial to the other? In the sense that there is no decision that you all can make that would be beneficial to Kentucky Power that would not necessarily be beneficial to AEP? Looking out for yourself.
We make decisions about that all the time, that
Okay.
what's best for Kentucky Power, and AEP works with us. I mean, it's not, I don't really understand your question, I guess, but.
Okay, so let's just use an example then, right? Is it your call on what to do with retained earnings, or is it Ms. Sloat's call on what to do with retained earnings? Whether or not to, for instance, when you make money, pay it out a dividend versus retain it and reinvest it in the utility? Whose call is that?
I have not been part of those kinds of decisions, so I would say it's an AEP team collectively with Kentucky Power.
Right, but do you see where I'm trying to get to here is that one of the decisions would be paying a dividend to AEP and their shareholders, and the other one would be retaining the money and reinvesting it in Kentucky Power system. Do you see how one might be more beneficial to the other, to the different parties?
I think I understand what you're saying, but we haven't paid a dividend to AEP in several years. From the finance standpoint, Witness West may be able to answer your questions.
Okay, let's go to a second additional question. Ms. Sloat is also CEO of the other operating companies. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Is what's good for Kentucky Power or what's good for any of the other operating companies also good for Kentucky Power?
Not always. I mean, we make individual decisions. I mean, we don't base it on, it's not a one-size-fits-all decision-making.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to say is if you think that APCO or Ohio Power Company or I&M are making a decision that will negatively affect Kentucky, Kentucky Power, how do you advocate for Kentucky Power?
I do think they're separated, and to that extent. I don't think that decisions that are made by other operating companies typically affect each other. And, I mean, there may be a few examples, but they're, you know, small in nature, like,
Small in nature.
well, I mean, the only one I can think of right now is, I recently had a conversation with the president of I&M about large load customers and a process that he's establishing for that, because in these high growth areas. And so he's making us aware it's not negatively affecting us. He was just making us aware that he's establishing this process. We may follow suit. I mean, we share information more so than anything.
So I'm going to ask a lot of questions in this regard to Mr. Ali and Mr. Burkholder. But if I told you that per your annual report filed with the commission, this commission, that your transmission expenses for account number 565 in 2013, which is titled Transmission of Electricity by Others, that you all were paying $6.7 million a year for that account in 2013. And in 2020, we're paying 11 times that amount, 10 or 11 times that amount. And the majority of those costs were being driven by affiliates, other operating companies. Would you still agree that their actions have little impact on Kentucky Power?
Well, I see what you're saying, and I mean, I think you're aware that we've heard what you said and your concerns are in the transmission area, and we've undertaken a study to look at how cost allocation is being made and handled, and specifically, though, it's done in two streams, and one of them was specifically for Kentucky Power.
Yeah, I guess what's amazing to me, and the reason I ask these questions is, why should the commission have had to ask those questions? Why is it that Kentucky Power, until they were forced to do so by a commission order, unwilling or unable to advocate for themselves in relation to those transmission expenses?
Well, I can't really answer what happened in the past so much as, but, we believe that those were prudently incurred at the time. And I don't know what the study is gonna turn out, and I can't predict the future, so I think we have to wait and see what comes out in this study. And I.
Yeah. Who is employed by Kentucky Power that would have information or expertise to determine the prudency of investments made in other states?
Witness West probably would be the best person for that.
So I just want to make sure, before you pass this on to Mr. West, it's your experience with Mr. West that if I ask him questions about the prudency of transmission investments in Indiana and Michigan over the past 12 years, you think he's the witness to answer, to determine that those investments were prudently made?
No, I do not.
Do you think that Kentucky Power has anybody employed that can make that determination?
About investments in I&M?
Yeah, you just said, we
No.
think that those investments, that those dollars were prudently made. And I'm asking who at Kentucky Power, who is employed by Kentucky Power that can make that determination, that's qualified or has the experience to make that
Yeah,
determination?
I'm sorry. I misunderstood your question, but I would say that Witness Ali, he's not employed by Kentucky Power. He's a Service Corps employee, as you know, but he would be the best person to answer that.
But Witness Ali specifically is also the person that is overseeing those investments in Indiana and Michigan. Would you agree?
I presume so. I'm not sure if he covers the entire territory or not, but.
So you all are paying $50 million, I think is approximately what Mr. Burkholder's testimony has. It's something the difference between 80-something million and $130 million in LSE revenues from transmission and LSE expenses from PJM. It's a $50 million deficit. And pursuant to the previous cases, it's fairly obvious that 90+% of that is going to affiliates. Why shouldn't that concern you from a cost perspective as the person in charge of profits and losses at Kentucky Power?
Well, I mean, I don't have enough information. It's not my area of expertise. Yes, I am concerned about the profit and loss statement and the cost of Kentucky Power, but Witness West may have more information on that. Witness Ali may have more information on that.
And we'll take a break in a minute, but I'm just a little lost on this, that per Mr. Burkholder's testimony, there's a $50 million deficit there, that you all are paying $50 million more than you're getting back in income. And we know the majority of that for the PJM LSE OAT expenses, we have it from 3 straight cases, that the majority of those PJM LSE OAT expenses are being paid to affiliates. At $50 million, that's more than, here's a great one, at $50 million, in 2022, Kentucky Power, per their annual report filed with this commission, spent $41.098 million on distribution maintenance expenses. So you're paying more to PJM affiliates for the differential and transmission than you are per year in distribution expenses for your own system. How, from a profit and loss perspective, never mind a sustainability of being able to, for customers to afford rates, is that not a concern where you're sitting?
Well, I don't know if it's a concern. I think Witness West could provide more information on that, maybe Witness Burkholder. But, as I said, we've heard your concerns. We're taking them, seriously, and we've got this study underway, and I'm hoping that we'll be bringing the results to you in a couple of months.
If I told you that the commission was concerned because of its impact to customers, why shouldn't that also be your concern?
Oh, it is a concern. Of course it is.
So why did it take a commission declaration or a commission direction for Kentucky Power to take any action, never mind the fact that the action is just a study?
Well, we've done other things in the transmission space. We've suspended the tracker for this case. We took our projects out of Transco. But, I can't really answer what the past couple of years, we've been in a 2-year sale process. I think that we can't ignore that has taken up a lot of time. I can't really answer what has happened. I'm interested in moving forward and hoping that the commission recognizes that we're trying to get it right with you all.
So we'll take a short recess, and we'll come back at about 10:50. 10:50. We'll be in recess for the next 18 minutes. back on the record. All right, we are back on the record in case number 2023-00159. Wiseman, we were talking about earlier the rates, putting the rates into effect subject to refund on January 14th. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Have you had a conversation with council or your regulatory folks as to which rates would actually be put into effect subject to refund? And I ask which rates in the sense of the tariffs that are proposed that have been given public notice at the outset of the case with the application, or the resulting rates that, the rates that would result from the proposed stipulation and settlement.
It would be the settlement rates
Okay.
we've put into effect.
Do you know whether or not the utility has filed all of the tariffs conforming to the stipulation and settlement to replace those that were provided with the original application?
I don't know if that's been done yet. Witness West could probably address that.
But just to be clear, your proposal would be to raise rates, would be to implement what you would like to do. And I'm not saying that you would like to raise rates, but if you're going to put rates into effect, your preference, as I understand it, is for the ones that raise residential customers' rates 10 to 11% as opposed to the ones that raise them the 18.3.
That's correct. The settlement rates.
Okay. I do want to just go back and make sure the record is clear. You stated something earlier to the vice chair that I think your quote was that you all haven't had a rate increase in 3 years. That's just a base rate increase, right?
That's right. We haven't filed a base rate case in 3 years.
You would agree, though, that rates have gone up?
I'm not sure what rates those.
Tariff PPA, for instance, steadily
Possibly,
increased from the
yeah.
last rate case to this case. Would you agree?
I think so. Witness West would be the better person to talk about that, especially past cases.
So another item, you were talking to the vice chair about how you guys are in a unique situation with your territory. Have you heard of Big Sandy Rural Electric Cooperative?
Yes.
Would you agree that you all serve the same area as Big Sandy? I mean, clearly not the same area, but the same general area as Big Sandy RECC?
Yes.
And you're generally aware of the area that Big Sandy RECC serves, just like geographically?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that it's, at least in terms of the other utilities in the area, it's fairly consistent with the territory of Kentucky Power?
I would say that's accurate, yes.
Okay. So pursuant to the annual filings that are filed with the commission, the annual reports filed with the commission under oath, Kentucky Power's average bill in 2022 for residential customers was $198.54. And for Big Sandy, it was $160.10. The average Kentucky Power residential customer in that year used 1,237 kilowatt hours. The average Big Sandy customer used 1,169 kilowatt hours, and these are all just in our annual report statistics. The all-in rate, which I think is just simple addition and then division, for Kentucky Power residential customer for 2022 was 16.05 cents per kilowatt hour. The all-in average cents per kilowatt hour for a Big Sandy residential customer was 13.69. Have you had an opportunity to look at two things? One, your own income statement versus previous years, or just on an absolute basis, just look at the single income statement for the previous year? And have you separately, too, had a chance to look at your all's cost structure as compared to those utilities that serve the same general geographic area?
I have not. I mean, I've looked at our income statement, but I have not compared our business to a cooperative's business.
Okay. With the exception of the cost of capital, do you believe that there's a material difference between your cost of your operations and those of the cooperatives in the general area?
I don't know enough about how a cooperative works or what they do to really answer that. I mean, I know that we serve a similar type of territory, we do similar work, but I do not know the ins and outs of how an electric cooperative in Big Sandy and Grayson and the others work.
Okay. I guess, there are lots of things that, there's about everything that I didn't know when I took this job. And I've sort of taken it upon myself to figure some of them out.
Mm-hmm.
I guess with that, it begs, what's the opportunity, I guess, for you to look into different cost structures of different utilities in similarly situated areas, as opposed to just referencing the situation and saying that it's tough, we've got to deal with it?
What is the opportunity? I mean, certainly we could study that, and I would do that with my team. I couldn't do it alone, but I mean, we can look into different cost structures and what the co-ops are doing in our territory that is different from us.
So, again, you can. What I want to go back to with the issue with transmission is that, do you all necessarily care enough to look at that, to do it on your own, or is that going to be a situation where the commission's going to have to order the utility to take measures to do those types of studies?
I can commit to that. We would look at rate structure for cooperatives in our territory. Is that what your
Cost structure.
Cost structure.
Well, I mean, that's what rate cases are. I mean,
Yeah.
I know Mr. West is the rates and regulatory person, but you understand that rates are just a reflection. We do cost-based rates in Kentucky. We don't do performance-based rates or anything. It's cost-based rates, right?
Right.
So the cost, the revenue requirement, drives what the actual end user customer rates are, right?
Yes.
So if you can reduce costs, all else equal, you can reduce rates. Would you agree?
That would be, yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
If rates are set on a cost structure at some amount, doesn't matter what the amount is, an absolute amount, and the utility, everything else happens exactly the way the rate case envisioned, except the utility incurs less of those costs than anticipated. All else equal, that increases the utility's profit, right?
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, okay. So if you set a rate case, have all these costs, all this usage, you calculate what rates need to be in order to earn your revenue requirement, and everything that was assumed in the rate case happens over the next year, except the utility incurs less costs than they anticipated.
Mm-hmm.
All else being equal, that just raises the amount of money that the utility makes, right?
I think so. I mean, Witness West would probably be the better one to confirm that.
Well, I guess what I'm really trying to say is, if a utility, and this is the case everywhere they have cost-based rates, if a utility is able to save on expenses, that helps out the bottom line. Right? Reducing costs benefits the health of the utility through increased income. Correct?
Right.
Okay. So if you all are able to do this study and find out that you can cut, I don't know, 10 million, I'm really making up numbers, 10 million of that approximately $41 million distribution maintenance expense, the rates are set based off of the actual expense you've gotten in the past. If you find $10 million in savings and operations expense, that doesn't get passed through to customers until the next rate case, right?
Generally, yes.
Okay, so I guess what I'm asking is, I get that you say you will commit to doing a study to look at ways to, well, I think we just, to look at the other co-ops and other utilities cost structures. But I guess what I'm asking is, do you anticipate going out and trying to find ways to, quote, this is a quote from AEP, right-size Kentucky Power in terms of costs? Or do you need a directive from the commission to do so, or do you need an additional incentive to do so? Like, if you find savings, you can keep a percentage of it.
Right. So, taking everything that you said, as I've already said, I mean, we recognize in our territory, we have a lot of challenges. We've got economic issues that we can't cure all of them. So we try to control what we can control, and even, I was hoping that you would recognize that in this case, we took measures to mitigate the impact of the rates. And, you know, certainly going forward, we know, as you use the term right-sizing the rate base, that we have to focus on our customer base and recognize the low-income percentage of customers that we serve. A lot of that was talked about during the settlement, and the, you know, the collaboration that we intend with the joint interveners. Yes, I mean, I think we have to look at our territory in a different way.
Okay, so let's just,
So I do not need you to give us a directive to study the co-ops, if that's,
or anybody.
or anybody, or to dig in and look at ways that we can reduce our costs.
Okay, so I describe rate making as you effectively make a pie and then you slice the pie, right? The pie is the revenue requirement, and then you slice the pie to figure out who's going to pay that total revenue requirement. Does that make sense? Like at conceptual? Okay. If we'll work back from the settlement agreement. Part of the settlement agreement, or the settlement agreement, is increasing assistance, either provided by the utility or by other customers, to customers who need help paying their bill, right?
Right.
Okay. Does that do anything to reduce Kentucky Power's costs other than bad debt expense?
I don't know for sure. I mean, I would have to consult probably with Witness West on that, but I don't think so. I mean,
Okay.
actually, it increases the cost with the additional REA.
So that doesn't reduce the cost. Does it reduce how much those individual customers use?
Not likely.
Okay.
I mean, I can't control how much they use,
Yeah,
right?
so it's at the end, well, we'll get to that in a second. So it's at the end, though, of the process. It's not figuring out what the costs are, it's not figuring out who pays them, it's not trying to deal with how much or whether customers use electricity or whether there's a loss of customers. It's at the very end, after the bill is sent, and after the bill is, if the customer's unable to pay the bill, that's where that comes in, right?
Right.
Okay. Doesn't address the size of the pie or how the pie is sliced. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. If, pursuant to what it looks like items in the settlement agreement, you're able to work with relevant stakeholders and reduce individual customers or groups of customers' energy intensity, amount of peak demand, overall energy efficiency, whatever it is, and they use less electricity. Okay? Would you agree that if customers use less electricity, and that reduction in usage is not necessarily, well, let's take a step back. We'll stop there for just a second. Would you agree that one of the primary drivers for rate cases in the last 3 years is the loss of customers and customer load?
Yes.
So a reduction in customers and customer usage doesn't necessarily reduce overall cost proportionately. Instead, wouldn't you agree that the rate cases are necessary in the past? The utility has argued that they're necessary to then recover those unrecovered costs from the remaining usage.
Can you say that again?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So customers leave, or they use less electricity.
Right.
You all were planning on covering a certain amount of costs over a certain number of customers and usage.
Correct.
The customers and usage go down, you still need to recover, even if you don't need to spend more money. You have to recover the same level of cost over less usage. That makes rates go up, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're able to, through any other means outside of a demand-side management program that allows for lost profits, if customers over the next 5 or 10 years use less electricity, they start, unless there's a rate case, saving money on their bills, right? Sorry,
Yes.
I know it gets comfortable. I'm probably not comfortable with the
Sorry, yes.
wrong word, but you get used to answering quietly. But we gotta, for the audio, we gotta just yes or no. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm
Yes.
so sorry to interrupt. I've been informed that I think the hearing video of the hearing room is off currently.
So the hearing video is not off because I do know that we have the green. We may have issues streaming.
Okay, maybe it's that,
Okay.
Ms. Khan, our virtual witness, informed me that she can't see or hear us.
It is
that
available on YouTube. I've been informed
Yeah.
by our.
It is
folks.
available?
It's on YouTube.
Yeah. So the
Streaming
issue
fine.
is if we go to the back room. Sorry, one second, Ms. Wiseman. If we go to the back room, make sure that the mute is not on the GoToMeeting.
Apparently she can hear us but not see us.
You can see the videos turned on. It's just not the cameras that turn on.
It's not the camera, it's the camera feed. All right, let's take a short recess. We won't leave or anything. We'll just take a 2-minute recess real quick. Andrews, if you could. Is if customers use less electricity, but the costs stay the same or increase, would you agree that all else equal, that just means that another rate case is going to be necessary to then come in and reset rates to recover the cost from the remaining customers and usage?
Well, I mean, I can't predict the future, but I think future rate cases will be necessary. I don't, Witness West would be able to talk about, a little bit more about that, but certainly, I think if customers were using less power, that is exactly what we're talking about with right-sizing the rate base and trying to find ways to, we're getting smaller. We're not growing as a company, right? The region's not growing, so we have to make those adjustments. And I think in the proposal, we took measures to mitigate. We proposed a lower ROE that mitigates the impact. We didn't include decommissioning rates in this case, and so this is one step forward. And I'm hoping that we can have a constructive relationship with our joint interveners and with this commission to move the company forward and make it more affordable for customers.
Yeah, but you said it earlier, and I think that's what I want to get to, that's not necessarily the case, that reducing usage doesn't necessarily reduce costs in a proportional manner. That's why you all have said you needed the previous rate cases, right? Because you've lost customers, you've lost usage, but you have approximately the same or even bigger cost structure. That's why the rates have gone up, right?
Yes.
So for low-income customers, are you aware that customers in Kentucky Power are you aware that Kentucky Power's retail customers who receive LIHEAP assistance, on average, use significantly more electricity than an average Kentucky Power customer, even including those that receive LIHEAP?
I'm aware that I don't know about that specific demographic, but I'm aware that our usage is higher with our customers than in other parts of the Commonwealth.
Okay, so can you all pull up the Kentucky Power's response? It should be 2 Excel spreadsheets. Kentucky Power's response to Kentucky PSC staff 610 and 611. Okay, so if we could, in the back room, if we could move up and minimize all, thank you. And if we could just go from 100, Mariah, to about 80 on the, right beside the cursor there. Oh, that's actually on the main screen, I'm sorry. That, perfect. Do one more if you could. One more. Okay. So this is an Excel spreadsheet provided with, if you see it named at the top, Kentucky Power Company responds to Kentucky Public Service Commission 6-10 Attachment 1. It's a response that was filed the other day. And it goes all the way back to January 17, but we'll just start at the beginning of 2020 there in the middle. You see January 20 is, the peak of January 20 is directly below the end in residential. Do you see that?
January 20?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And you see how it peaks in the winter and in the summer, but the summer, it goes up in the summer, but not near as much as in the winter?
Yes.
As a general matter? It's got a pretty consistent pattern.
That's correct.
Okay. And do you see that in no year since that January 2020, in no winter since January 2020, and frankly since January of 2019, has the average residential customer used more than 2,000 kilowatt hours?
I see that.
Okay. And do you see that in every year, when there is finally a valley, we'll call it the shoulder seasons, and when it's not hot and not cold, every year, and frankly, every fall and spring, the average residential customer in Kentucky Power's territory uses less than 1,000 kilowatt hours a month.
I see that.
So never more than 2,000 on average for all residential customers, and never more than 1,000 in the shoulder months, right?
Yes.
Okay, could you bring up 611? And if you just hit chart at the bottom, and then also take that to 70%. Actually, that probably 60 is what you're going to have to do with this one. Okay. Do you see that this is residential LIHEAP average kilowatt hour usage?
Yes.
Okay. So this goes back to November of 20. You see that?
Yes.
Do you see that there is no winter since November of 20 in which LIHEAP customers on average have used less than 2,500 kilowatt hours a month?
Yes, I see that.
And do you see even in those shoulder seasons, in 21, 22, and in 23, that Kentucky Power customers have never gotten close, well, I guess until this year, we can call that close, to 1,000 kilowatt hours?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Would you agree that these two charts would indicate that residential customers who receive LIHEAP assistance, that are customers of Kentucky Power, use more as a group on average than an average residential customer?
Based on that chart, yes, I could agree with that. I
Okay.
think that's likely true.
And that, would you agree that just by virtue, effectively, of being able to receive LIHEAP and receiving LIHEAP, as opposed to the average residential customer, that these are customers that are least likely to be able to afford their bill in total?
I would say that their income, I don't know if they're low income or limited income, yes.
And so just to be, I guess to put a bow on this very specific data set, those customers that are likely least able to afford their bill relative to the average residential customer have the highest bill. Is that right?
Say the first part again, I'm sorry.
The customers that are least able to afford their bill have the highest bills.
I mean, I would presume that's true.
At 10 cents kilowatt hour, the difference between that 2,000 on the other chart and 2,500 for peak in the, you see the peak? So the peak for the residential customer was always less than 2,000. The peak for the LIHEAP residential customer is always more than 2,500. Let's just call that difference 500, even though we can see that it's more. 500 kilowatt hours at 10 cents a kilowatt hour is $50, right?
Yes.
And at, well, euros in 2022 was 16.05, but let's call it 15, is $75.
Okay.
Would you agree?
Say that last part again?
Yeah, so the 500 kilowatt hours at 15 cents kilowatt hour would be $75.
Okay, yes.
So the average residential LIHEAP customer compared to the average residential customer is paying more than $17, more than $75 a month.
I'll take your word for it, if you've done the math.
Well,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
more than 500 kilowatt hours,
Right.
right?
Yes.
Per month in those winter months. Okay. And do you see that in the summer? You remember the last chart, how peaky the winter was, and there was a good peak in the summer, but it wasn't near as much as the winter. Do you remember what that looked like compared to this one? That the peaks here in the summer are significantly less than in the winter relative to each other?
I didn't notice that in the few minutes that I looked at it, but yes, I see what you're saying.
Do you see the summer is muted for the LIHEAP? Could you pull up the 16 again?
Right.
Do you see that now?
Yes.
That they're
Some-
less muted, I guess is the way I would say it?
Yes,
Okay. You've been at Kentucky Power for 4 or 5 years now?
5 years.
5 years. This being what is single data set, your old numbers, but a single data set or 2 sets of data, you can stop sharing now. And your experience. When it comes to those customers that are least able to afford their bill, do you find that it's primarily is it primarily a winter issue, or is it a year-round issue, or is it a summer issue? I'm just curious what your experience has been.
Well, I certainly think that usage is up in the winter. Heating is a problem. We've already talked about housing and the housing stock, and so what my observations have been is that homes are not properly equipped, a lot of them, with proper heating systems, or we have customer service personnel who go out to homes when there's a high bill complaint, and often they're able to explain to the homeowner that there's a malfunctioning heat pump, if they have a heat pump. It could be baseboard heating, which is more expensive, portable heating, which is more expensive. I mean, so yes, I mean, I think I answered your question.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you talk about customers that you've come across in your previous job or your current job, they're using 6,000 kilowatt hours a month. Is that month March?
I know those are typically winter months. Yeah, our winter usage is higher,
Yep.
and right.
That, maybe I'm kind of stating the obvious, and I'm not trying to testify for you, but that has to be fixed, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard you talk about that with us before, the tele usage and that sort of thing. But and I think there are some proposals in our case that start to address that. I mean, the Solar Garden program, the credit that we were able to give, we already offer a lot of programs. The fix is housing.
So let's talk about the Solar Garden. Solar Garden is a capital project for the utility, right?
Yes.
Okay. And half the credit for the sale of the electricity would go to offset, and I have questions for Mr. Vaughn on this, so I'm not
Yes.
trying to get into details. The half the credit would go to reduce low-income customers' bills. Is that right?
That's right.
And the number he threw out, like a illustrative number, I think in his testimony, is in like the $60, $70 range. Is
That's
that right?
correct. Yes.
Okay. So that would be bringing a average LIHEAP customer's bill back down to an average customer's bill. In the winter, right?
Possibly.
That
Yes.
$75 we were talking about earlier, the $500, it's about the same. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So, going back to what I was asking, and just to be state of fact, and I've got more questions on this to Mr. Vaughn, but is it your understanding that solar produces more electricity in a single daytime in the winter or in the summer? This is a solstice question. It's really not a utility question. That there's more. You would agree that there's more sunlight in the day in the summer than there is in the winter.
I would agree with that.
Okay. All right. So my question to Mr. Vaughn is going to be: is the credit going to be levelized, or is it going to be consistent with the actual production during the previous month?
Okay.
So what other items are in the settlement that you think would address this the significant impact of winter bills on customers in Kentucky Power's territory?
Well, I'm actually drawing a blank on that, but we've taken measures to address the tele usage. the.
I'm sorry, you're using a term. I'm sorry.
I thought it was your term.
What was
The-
it?
The tell of usage, isn't that your term?
Tell of usage?
Tell of, TAIL, yeah, sorry, if it's not,
Oh, yeah, yeah, the tell, that's fine, yeah, okay, I gotcha, okay. The distribution of bills across the month.
Yeah.
And how one continues, right?
yes.
Okay, all right, that's fine, yeah, sorry, I thought you were saying something different.
Yeah, and actually, I'm drawing a blank on, we have some proposals in their case, but maybe Witness West could help with that, I'm sorry.
Okay. If all customers in Kentucky Power's territory, I don't know, they all went out and got some new Christmas gift or something that they all went and bought that saved all of them 10% of their usage in their home. So now all of a sudden, every year, every customer in your territory uses 10% less. Every residential customer uses 10% less. That reduces the denominator in the calculation of figuring out rates, right? You get less sales. That doesn't necessarily proportionally reduce the utilities costs. Would you agree?
Well, I mean, I guess it depends. Again, I'm not really the expert on this, but we certainly would have to make adjustments on generation requirements or what we needed, or and other work that we did if our base is shrinking, then certainly we have to make adjustments on.
So, but the base has shrunk, right? I mean, we've got 3 straight rate cases, 4, this is the 4, my goodness. 2014, 2017, 2020, 2023.
Right.
We have all these rate cases now that the testimony is here that usage is less. I was reading a case from 2011 the other day where Greg Pauly was talking about how, Eastern Kentucky is using less electricity than it used to. So that's almost 15 years ago. The reduction in usage has already happened. Is there a correlated or coordinated reduction in costs? Either purposefully or just naturally in response to that reduction in usage.
I'm sorry, could you ask that again? Are we making that correlation?
Yeah, are you all doing things? Or, well, I guess what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to ask is customer usage is down, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Our load is down, right?
Yeah, customer usage is down. If costs don't go down, rates for the remaining customers go up. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So, given that's the case, you would agree that the costs just don't go away when the usage goes away, or not all of the costs go away when the usage goes away.
That's true.
Okay. Some might, right? If you're buying less power,
Right.
that would go away. Can we
Right.
agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. If you just just bought and installed a brand new distribution transformer for, a street, and one person leaves on that street, you're not necessarily, the cost of that transformer isn't going down because one person left from that street. Would you agree? That's a backwards looking, just generally sunk cost.
Sure.
Okay. But if, and this whole certain capital costs are fixed, we're not gonna get into that. I'm just saying, there are, however, recurring cost, expenses that you incur that would you agree, don't get caught up in this idea of, quote, and you use the terms, right-sizing the rate base. Would you agree?
There are certain costs that don't get caught up.
Yeah,
is that what you said?
expenses. Expenses are not rate base.
Right. I
Unless
know.
they're capitalized, right? So, we could talk about, and you all are talking about securitization in this case is one of the things about right-sizing rate base. But what I'd like to ask is, what are your expectations following this rate case for right-sizing the utilities expenses? If you have less customers, I would assume you would need less people to pick up the phone. your response to the vice chair earlier would indicate that you actually would like internally to hire more customer service folks. So I'm asking you to explain to me what right-sizing expenses looks like in light of reduction of customers and reduction of customer usage.
Yeah, so I didn't mean to say that that I would like to hire more customer service people. I think I was using the example, if we had energy efficiency programs brought in, we would need an internal person or two to manage those, but that would likely be our existing customer service staff. What I was trying to say is that we're not really, despite what my testimony implied, we're not really increasing our headcount. In fact, we're looking at ways to optimize it. I don't know if we're going to reduce it, but certainly that's a way to mitigate our expenses, is through our, our employees, our headcount. As I said, we have people we have a lot of employees who are at retirement age. So we'll be looking at those positions very carefully. We're trying to, where we think we need more people is where we'll put more people. If we need less people in certain areas, we'll shift those around. I mean, that's an ongoing exercise, something that we've been looking at this entire year.
So reduction of usage and coming in for another rate case doesn't necessarily shrink the size of the pie. We talked about that earlier, right?
Yeah, right.
It might. Things like you have to buy less power if you're short. But reducing actual expenses does reduce the size of the pie. Would you agree?
I would say that's true, yeah.
Okay. In the time that you've been in your position, have you come to a conclusion as to whether or not Kentucky Power as a going concern is sustainable based on that current size of the pie?
Have I come to that conclusion?
Have you come to a conclusion?
I have not come to that conclusion. No, I mean, certainly you're helping me today think more about it, and we have thought about it, but we've not come to any conclusions. I mean, we so it's been a pretty busy year. We started with securitization, worked with legislators on passing that. That's a mitigation effort. The sale was terminated. That was a distraction for us for a couple years. So there was some regrouping. Of course, I put into my position at that same time. We prepared and filed this rate case because we needed to come in for the case. We put together the RFP for purchase power agreements, and we're here today. So I view this somewhat of a transitional year, mostly because of the sale, but we're trying to take the right steps to move us forward. And as I said earlier, I've heard everything that you've said, and we've listened to you, and we're and to our interveners. I think you encouraged us in April to collaborate with, or to continue talking with the interveners, I think is what you said. And we've done that. And as a result, I think that's why we have a settlement agreement. And we'll continue to do that. That's most likely my strength.
So the other thing I want to ask about on this front is there's Kentucky Power's cost to run a vertically integrated utility that you all actually incur, okay? There are distribution expenses, there's transmission maintenance expenses, there's owning a power plant, operating a power plant, paying taxes on it, all that kind of stuff. And some of that is paying contractors, right?
Yes.
And some of that is offset by selling power, for instance, right?
Yes.
And then it is added to by buying power or paying rates owed to others. Would you agree?
Yes, through
Okay.
PJM, yeah.
So, for instance, the stat I mentioned earlier about transmission is in your all's 2013 per the annual report, you all paid $6.7 million for, quote, transmission of electricity by others. But today, you're paying, well, I say today, 2022, you all paid $67.5 million for the same expense. So, if your transmission expenses, for instance, are going up $10 million a year, and you, after this rate case, find a way to save $10 million a year through cost cutting or innovation or whatever it may be, but you're saving it at the Kentucky Power level, the net effect of that is zero. Would you agree?
Yes. Yeah,
Do you find that frustrating? That no matter how hard you might work to get Kentucky Power in a good shape, that there's all of these costs wholly outside of your all's control, apparently, that are just, I feel like it's the proverbial man trying to dig himself out of a hole, but somebody else is throwing dirt right back in?
I mean, I can't really say that I'm frustrated by that in particular. I mean, is this a challenging position to be in with the circumstances that we have? Yes. I would much rather our territory be different. But, I'm not a financial expert, and I'm certainly not a transmission financial expert. But, some of your earlier questions, I was going to say witness Burkholder or Ali would probably be better suited to answer those.
I'm not a financial transmission expert either, but I'm literally just reading lines off your all's annual reports comparing the fact that you all spent $6.7 million for an expense 10 years ago, and you're now spending $67 million on an expense. And in fact, per Mr. Burkholder's testimony, that's just like one piece of the expenses he's talking about, because what he's talking about is that you all paid $130+ million for PJM transmission expense in the test year, I believe. So I'm not an expert. I'm just asking you, is it frustrating? Have you got, I guess what I'm really trying to, in the time that you've been there, have you gotten to the point yet that you have an appreciation for what things, what's rowing in your direction and what's driving the current in the opposite direction?
Well, I mean, I'm obviously still learning in my role, but, and I know that you don't particularly like the answer that we have undertaken the study to look at how costs are allocated across our east utilities. And as I said before, there is a work stream dedicated just to Kentucky Power's costs. And so, I'm hoping that in a couple months, it's taking, I think we said 5 to 8 months, and it's taking probably every bit of that from what I understand. Am I hoping that that the results of that are good, and we'll be coming to you to discuss that.
What would the sale have changed in that regard? You've mentioned that 3 times today, and I'm just curious what you think the sale would have changed in regards to the costs that are being allocated to Kentucky Power any given year for transmission.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what the sale would have done to that. When I referenced the sale, if I mentioned it 3 times, I don't know why, but I know that I mentioned it as far as that it has been, part of our business for the past couple of years. That's all I meant by that.
Yeah, well, so the study, as per your testimony today, is to address the commission's concern in the order from January of 2021 to the 2020 rate case. Is that right?
Yes, I think so, yes.
Okay, so, but you all started the study earlier this year, agreed?
Yes.
And I understood from your testimony that the study didn't start until after the sale didn't go through, right?
Right, because I believe, and Witness Burkholder maybe could confirm, or Witness West again, that Liberty had agreed to undertake a similar study. I don't know for sure, because I wasn't in the same role that I'm in now, but I think that was the case.
Right. So let's just say Liberty agreed to that in the rate case. I just want to make sure I have an appreciation for your position on this, is that Liberty commitment was to satisfy the requirement that the commission put on Kentucky Power in the 2020 rate case to address this issue?
I don't know. I don't know that. I would refer to, again, witness Burkholder or witness West on that.
Well, and I'm going to have to ask Mr. West, because Mr. Burkholder does not work for Kentucky Power.
Right.
Would you agree?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay. Okay. Does right-sizing rate base mean anything concrete other than securitization today?
At the time when that was included in the press release, and that's, where I saw the term for the first time, and I would say that that is primarily what the press release was referring to, was securitization.
All right, so I guess that's a great segue to the decision to right-size the rate base was not made by you as the interim COO and president. Is that right?
I don't really recall the conversations that were taking place at that time. That was all leading up to the termination of the sale, which I wasn't directly involved in that information.
Okay. And I think this is my last question before we take a break for lunch. In a number of AEP documents, including investor presentations made, recent investor presentations, there's a reference to a, quote, Kentucky strategy, and it's used in the context of that AEP management believes that they have the right management at Kentucky Power to see through the Kentucky strategy. What is the Kentucky strategy?
Well, so for this year, as I've just mentioned, it was, after the sale was terminated, securitization was important to both companies, the buyer and the seller at the time. And then, of course, looking for ways, as we've talked about, on mitigating the rate impact for customers. And then the strategy is also included, I would say, our generation resources and our resource planning, the IRP that's coming up. And then economic development is part of that too.
Okay. Is there a formal strategy document or is there a formal direction that you've been given to carry out? And I'll use the quote because it's unfair for me to sort of speak in the ether. This is the EEI, the 58 EEI Financial Conference presentation by AEP, where for Kentucky Power it says, quote, right team in place to oversee efficient and effective execution of Kentucky strategy. Mm-hmm. That's the context that it's used in. Is there a formal strategy document that lays out what the expectations are for you and the rest of the management at Kentucky Power?
That would be up to us to develop on our own. There's not a formal document that was handed to us or anything like that to execute on.
Okay.
So, we have distribution work plans that, that Witness Phillips talks about. Certainly in the past couple of months, my team and I have been working on our 2024 plan, and I've challenged everyone to come up with also, what a 5-year plan would look like. Trying to move us forward, and so other than that, there's not a written strategy.
Yeah. So you all are working on your 5-year plan. Would you be surprised if AEP already had 2028 estimates for rate base?
No, I'm aware.
Okay.
I know that they have that. I'm talking more when I'm talking about a plan. It's very much the boots on the ground plan. And it's very tactical in nature, really, so it's.
Okay. And then AEP already has expected capital allocation by function through 2028. Does that surprise you?
No.
Okay. Do you know how much Do you know what percentage of that capital plan is allocated to, quote, wires? As opposed to generation or other?
I don't off the top of my head.
And I'm sorry, I wasn't asking, I'm just asking, are you aware generally that of the percentage that they anticipate being allocated to wires versus
For
generation?
our
and other?
capital investment.
Have you seen that? I guess.
Well, I've seen it, and I know that our focus will be on the D&T side, but I don't know what the percentage is.
Okay. All right, so when we come back, we'll go again, Ms. Wiseman. We'll come back at, we'll go for a full hour at 1:05. I do have a couple more questions, Ms. Glass, about the EEI handout. It's the first item on the AEPIR website. So if I'll pull it up after we get back to ask some specific questions, but I just want to give you the heads up that that's
Thank you.
one of the questions I have.
Your Honor, I also have a couple of housekeeping items that I thought you might want an answer on before we break for lunch.
Okay.
So earlier you asked if the company could identify who could speak to the November 17th supplement to our exhibits S and T to the application. That would be Ms. Whitney, Heather Whitney.
Okay.
You also asked who could speak to the securitization draft documents that we filed. Our witness, Katrina Niehaus, could speak to those from a commercial perspective, although she's not a lawyer and can't provide a legal opinion. And finally, I do have some witness and counsel assignment documents that would tell you who's presenting which witness, if you'd like those.
That'd be great. We'll grab those at the break. Is there anything else that we need to take up before we take a break? All right, we'll come back at 1:05. right, back on the record in case number 2023-00159. Ms. McCann, you got something?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'd like to request on behalf of SWBA Kentucky that I be able to be excused and not be physically present during the hearing since we don't have any exhibits and we don't have any witnesses to call.
Is there any objection, Ms. Glass?
No.
No objection.
Council, do you have any objection? Okay. That'll be fine.
Thank you.
And then, council will make sure that you have the appropriate link in order to participate in it virtually.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything that we need to take up before we get started again, Ms. Glass?
No, Your Honor.
Just looking at my notes here, Ms. Wiseman. All right, so we've spent the majority of the time, we've been talking about costs, right? Asking questions about either costs that you all incur directly or costs that are allocated to you, right? And you used the term, and I forget what the context was earlier, about a cost-cutting plan. Maybe talking about you hadn't done that yet, or you were looking into doing a cost-cutting plan. You were at least one of the 3 in-person public comment sessions, right?
I was, and I'll watch the others.
Okay. A lot of the comments, I don't want to narrow the individuals' comments because there were a lot of varied comments. A number of comments that just talked about the unaffordability of the rates today, rates in the future, customers struggling to pay their bills, certainly concerns around the timing of the rate increase relative to some of the natural disasters that have occurred in the area. But then 2 different themes came through to me in addition to all of those. The first was there were a number of customers that said that they understand, I'm paraphrasing here, right, but they understand that you all need money to run your business, but that before you seek a rate increase, you should first look for cost savings. Is that a number of comments you're aware of or remember that specifically mention that?
I remember those comments, yes.
Okay. And so that's kind of in the vein of the line of questions that I had this morning asking about the actual costs that you all are incurring that create the revenue requirement.
Okay.
The other recurring comment that, in addition to the ones I mentioned earlier that came up, was around executive compensation. And you referenced those, I think, earlier this morning. Is that right?
I think I was asked about those, and recommended witness Carlin would be the better person to speak to that.
Well, you specifically were talking about how your response indicated that a number of the comments were, there was maybe, and I don't want to use a term that you didn't use, but maybe there was customer confusion around how AEP compensation is actually reflected in the rates of Kentucky Power. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I think, so what I meant is that I believe people think that AEP executive leadership is the Kentucky Power leadership. I mean, I've seen what's posted on social media and so forth, and, Matt Satterwhite's salary incorrectly stated and things like that. And so that's what I meant by that.
Okay. But Kentucky Power is allocated a portion of AEP executive salary. Would you agree?
I would assume that's true. Through
Okay.
the service corps. Is that what you're referring to, through the service corps bill that we pay?
Yeah, I don't know where the bill comes to you all, but, I mean, in the test year, you all incurred, it's confidential, or I
Right.
think it's proposed to be confidential, but it's safely a lot of money that gets allocated to Kentucky Power by virtue of officers and director salaries at both Kentucky Power and AEP. Are you aware of that the fact that Kentucky Power pays a portion of AEP's CEO's salary?
Yes.
Okay. are you generally aware of what the AEP CEO has been paid in recent years? Like, within the nearest couple of million?
Not really. I
Okay.
don't really follow that. Certainly, I'm sure you have it, but Witness Carlin also could talk about compensation.
Okay. Who was the recently retired CEO of AEP?
Nick Akins?
Okay, and he was also the CEO of Kentucky Power, is that right? Same as Ms. Sloat?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
And this is just SEC 14A proxy
Understand.
filings. But would it surprise you if Mr. Aiken's total compensation in 2021 and 22 ran between 15 million and 16.3 million?
It doesn't surprise me. I mean, that sounds in the range. I just don't know. I don't follow it that closely.
Okay, and do you think that's reasonable for Kentucky Power customers to pay a portion of that highest salary?
So I think, I'm not sure where you're going with this, but AEP is our parent
I'm just
company.
asking you whether it's
Well,
reasonable.
AEP is our parent company. They provide a lot of services to the operating companies, including Kentucky Power. There's a lot of, you made the comment about there being 20-some witnesses, but we have a lot of experts that we rely on. Certainly, we're making our own decisions and operating our business, but I'm not one to judge someone's salary.
So I'm not, I want to be frank, I'm not asking you to necessarily talk about their salary. What I'm asking is to talk about the recovery of their salary through rates that customers pay. There's a distinction there, right?
Yeah, and I don't know enough about how that works. Again, I think Witness Carlin or Witness West would be the better person to ask.
Yeah, and I'm not asking you questions about is that in line with what other corporations pay or other utilities pay. I'm just asking, do you think that that's a reasonable amount of money to then be allocated to Kentucky Power and recover from ratepayers?
I don't know what that amount of money is, but I think it is reasonable that we incur costs from the service corps that enable us to run our business.
Okay. And if I want to ask questions about, this is a historic test year in this case, right?
Yes,
Mr. Akins is no longer with the company, right?
correct.
And he was with the company for quite a while as CEO. Would you agree?
Yes, I don't know how many
And
years.
so if I had questions about whether Ms. Sloat is making or is expected to make something in the next year or going forward on a similar level that Mr. Akins did, who would be the right witness for that?
I mean, Witness Carlin is our compensation witness. I would presume that he would be the best person.
So going back to the original question, almost all these questions are going to come back to this. Ms. Wiseman. I don't expect you to be doing executive compensation comparison studies to figure out whether what AEP's CEO makes is reasonable or what shareholders should pay him, right, or what the company should pay him relative to other entities. But when it comes to making the decision as to what individual customers should pay, what Kentucky Power customers should be expected to pay towards those expenses, do you independently judge or direct anybody, including Mr. West, as to what those amounts Kentucky Power should seek to recover in a rate case related to executive compensation?
We certainly have discussions around that, Witness West and I, when we're putting together rate cases and with our counsel. So I'm not saying that I am directing them one way or the other, but certainly involved in those discussions, along with Service Corps personnel. They're included in that as well.
Yeah, so you you have a background in communication, right?
Yes.
And you have a lot of interaction in your current position, your previous positions in dealing with the public. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. It's one thing for shareholders to decide whatever they want to spend their money on. It's another to ask customers to pay for certain costs. There's a distinction there. That's why I'm trying to draw the distinction there. What do you say to these comments, or any comments from the public, when they ask about whether it's reasonable for them to be expected to pay a portion of somebody's salary when that salary is $15 or $16 million?
Well, I mean, so we have a service corps, we have our proportion of the service corps charges. I presume that those salaries are included in that, as you've indicated, and that is, you know, probably the least cost option for customers. I can't imagine if we were trying to fulfill the services and the talent and expertise that the executives at AEP have, or anybody at the service corps level. I mean, there's a cost to that, but, you know, I know you mentioned, brought up the Liberty transaction. I mean, watching that shape up toward the end of last year, they were hiring, they had hired dozens of people to work in Kentucky to replace the roles of the service corps, and they were having to hire up to 100 people or more, and they still had a parent company. So, I mean, I think it's part of our cost of doing business is that we have the service corps portion and the AEP portion of it, and if that includes executive salaries, then that's part of the model.
And so customers should pay it whether he gets paid or she gets paid 16 million or 17 million or 30 million. It just is what it is. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to get to, is at some point, does the AEP CEO make so much that you're concerned that it's unreasonable to seek recovery of the amount allocated to Kentucky Power from customers who are struggling to pay their bills?
I don't know. I don't know enough about incentive, how compensation is funded, what our portion is. Again, it would be Witness Carlin who could address that.
Yeah, so the AEP CEO in the last 3 years made between 15 and 16, took home, and I realized compensation, that was different. But the total compensation per AEP's SEC filings for 2021 and 22 is between 15 million and 16.3 million for Nick Akins.
I'm sorry, Your
It's a
Honor,
very-
I'm sorry, I don't mean to
Go
interrupt. Just a clarifying question, because I think I heard you use the term both salary and total compensation. Are those numbers total compensation
Total
or just
compensation.
salary?
Total compensation.
Okay, so
Total
salary plus incentives is
It
included
is
in those
literally
totals?
just the whatever is total dollars for the DEF 14As that are filed, the proxy filings ahead of annual shareholder meetings. It's the 3-year running compensation for the principals and positions of AEP.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So between 15 and 16.3 million dollars in total compensation, which I think probably includes the other is always like, health insurance, or it's always whatever. But total compensation, 15 to 16.3 million dollars. Okay. To run a very big company, would you agree that
Yes.
AEP is a very, very big company?
It is.
Do you know what the governor of Kentucky makes?
I do not.
Would you be surprised that it's less than $175,000?
Yes, that surprises me. He's underpaid.
Well, I guess it's interesting. So you think, and I really don't mean to, this is not a gotcha situation, but you can make the judgment that the governor of Kentucky is underpaid given your understanding of his position and his role. Do you think, understanding what the CEO of AEP does, that at $15 or $16 million, they're overpaid?
I don't necessarily think that. No, I'm not going to agree to that. That's the total compensation. I don't know what Governor Beshear's total compensation is. I can't, and there's no basis for me to weigh in on that. I don't.
Well, I wasn't going to ask, but you weighed in on whether the governor was
Well,
underpaid.
I was joking.
15, 16, it's a reasonable question. So Kentucky Power pays a portion of that salary. And to the question I asked you, I think, almost at the very beginning, is at what point is the Venn diagram between what's good for Kentucky Power also good for AEP and vice versa? That if you all are paying a portion of a 12 or a 15 or a $20 million salary, at what point do you feel like, as the person being allocated that cost, that you can step in and say, this is unreasonable for us to pay, never mind unreasonable for us to seek recovery from customers?
I mean, I think I'm empowered to do that. I think Witness West and his finance team, the business operations team, I mean, we work back and forth with AEP all the time on service core charges and projects and planning, and I think we have a say. Now, have I had a conversation about AEP's executive compensation? No, I have not.
Okay. So if you have a say, I just want to make sure I have an appreciation for that. Your say in filing this application was to seek recovery of the test year amount allocated to Kentucky Power. Is that right? Or is that a question for Mr. West?
I think Witness West would be better for that.
Okay. So just personal knowledge situation. Do you remember taking any action or directing anybody to reduce the revenue requirement, to reduce your request in this case strike all that. Do you know whether you directed anybody in filing this case to reduce the executive compensation that you all were seeking recovery for?
I personally did not, but that would be a question for Witness West.
Are transmission costs for Kentucky Power going up or going down?
I think you were reading to me earlier that they were going up, but,
I mean, is that your understanding, absent those questions? That the transmission expenses that Kentucky Power is incurring is going up?
I'm not really sure. I think
Okay.
Witness Ali would be better for that question.
Witness Ali, okay. Do you know directionally which way purchase power costs are going?
Well, we have the RFP underway for purchase power costs, if that's what you mean, but
No, I mean, observed or experienced purchase power expenses. Do you know what direction they've been going over a particular time horizon?
I do not. Witness Bond could take that.
That's Vaughn. Is Vaughn the generation person now?
Yes.
Shed some of the other duties, I hope. All right. Okay. Sorry, my computer gave up on me. Ms. Wiseman, it's already gone to sleep, and me asking a couple of questions here. There was an article that came out this morning, and so I don't literally have it in front of me, but or I don't have it printed off, but it was an interview with Ms. Slope from the EEI conference that we were talking about earlier, and I've got questions for you. She was just referencing, and I'll say it and then ask if you're aware of it, and if you're not, that's fine, we'll move on. In the interview, Ms. Slope was talking about how that previously she would have anticipated customer rates increasing about 4% on average annually. This is AEP-wide, but now expects rates to increase about 3% on average. That's a S&P Capital IQ. Do you know of anything specific to Kentucky Power that would indicate the expected increase in rates over year, over a number of years?
I do not. I mean, I think the outcome of this case will set some pace for our future rate cases. Certainly, we've not made any decisions about that.
So how is it that Ms. Slope may know about the pace of increases in costs across or amongst all the different operating companies, but you aren't aware of specific, or more Kentucky Power specific expectations?
Well, I can't really speak for her, but I think it's, and I haven't seen the article, but I mean, I'm assuming that that is a forecast that, you know, we have developed, and certainly, she's probably counting this rate case as part of that, I would suspect.
Well, I mean, this is not the only rate case that EP has going on, right?
Well, right, and I'm sure there are others in the near future, in the other operating companies.
Okay. Do you know what the expected rate base growth is for Kentucky Power in the next couple years, next few years?
I do not. Witness West can answer that.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead. Do you have, do you mind to bring up that EEI document?
We have a copy. I have a copy in front of me.
Oh, you have a copy in front of you? Great, okay.
Yes.
And it is, so first we'll start, and we've got up on the wall here just so we can make sure the record, but page 33 is the first thing I was going to ask you about. We may jump around a little bit. But it has the floating balls. Do you see them?
Yes.
They used to be floating balls on sticks, and AEP has upgraded their graphics, so now they're just sitting there. Kentucky Power Company there is that smallest, lowest.
That's correct.
Do you see that first check mark there below Kentucky Power Company?
Yes.
And that was the comment I was referring to earlier, right?
Yes, about the Kentucky team.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right team in place to oversee efficient and effective execution of Kentucky strategy. So when we finished a second ago, I asked specifically, is there a document that says, that's called the Kentucky strategy? And it was my understanding from your responses, there is not. Is that correct?
I mean, not that I'm thinking of, I haven't put together a Kentucky strategy called that. As I mentioned, we have a distribution work plan. We have, plans for our generation. That's through the IRP, obviously, other regulatory activities. And then I also mentioned that lately my team and I have been working on our 2024 plan and a 5-year look. And that's really just for my benefit to, get, I'm new in my position to get that under my belt and know what we're gonna try to tackle next year.
Okay. So I'll ask a minute about the IRP. When that press release went out after the sale to Liberty was canceled, it had a couple of sort of, we'll call them action items, if we can agree that that was probably what they were. But one of them we discussed earlier, right-sizing the rate base.
Right.
I think another one, I'm going from memory here, may have been the filing the rate case. Is that as formal of a document from corporate to you or to Kentucky Power indicating their interest in a Kentucky strategy? Or is there something more formal that lays out their expectations for the next 6 months, year, 2 years for Kentucky Power?
Again, I don't think there is a comprehensive document that lays out the strategy for Kentucky Power. There are, a lot of plans in place that in the different areas of the business.
Well, and I don't even mean a comprehensive, like 80-page, this is what we're going to do document, but even anything from a bullet point to a corporate strategy document related to Kentucky Power. Are you aware of anything like that lays out the base of this Kentucky strategy?
But I don't necessarily think it comes from corporate. I mean, I think Kentucky Power has, as I said, this year's been pretty busy so far. We have securitization that passed in legislation that you're well aware of. We've got, if it's approved, we've got work to do there in that space. We have, we pretty much have our regulatory framework spelled out that you're familiar with the IRP. We've got an EE filing that we'll be making this year or next year, and then in in the distribution, we proposed a DRR in this case, and it was agreed on in settlement for a 5-year plan. And certainly Witness Phillips has what he wants to accomplish in the next so many years. So, I mean, there are
Finish your answer.
multiple plans.
Yeah, so
I don't know
those
that
are,
there's a notebook of one comprehensive document.
so many of those are actions.
They are, right.
And what I'm asking for is, did those actions spring from something? Are there documents or sets of documents that set forth, these are the things that you ought to do? So here's a great example. The DRR, is that what it's called?
Yes.
Was that just thought up? Because specifically when we had the informal conference with about half of the people in this room after the sale was canceled, there was already an AEP representative specifically talking about a distribution rider. So what I'm trying to find out is, from where are these things springing from in terms of the ideas? The rate case, the securitization, the DRR, and any other future actions that you all may take. Where are these base documents that are describing that these are the expectations or the request or the wishes from AEP to Kentucky Power?
Well, I don't know specifically what documents, but the planning that goes into effect is done, as I described earlier, in conjunction with, Kentucky Power leadership and the employees, not just leadership, and also our service corps personnel. Again, we have experts at the AEP level, where we're not experts in every topic. We're running the company, but we rely on their talent and expertise to guide us on making decisions, and it's a collective decision. It's not, I work with people from AEP every single day. So does Brian West, so does Everett Phillips. I mean, we're, it's very collaborative work environment. So I don't know that there's a document, I mean, there are documents, obviously, but I don't know that there's one collective, we don't get together one day and plan the future of Kentucky Power. We do that, throughout the year. I mean, there is a lot of discussions that go on.
So should I read anything into the fact that a few days after the sale was canceled, an AEP representative specifically said that there may be a need in Kentucky for a distribution rider, and as soon as you all filed your rate case, proposed a specific rider to address that issue?
I don't connect those two in my mind. I'm not sure who you were talking about with the AEP representative, but I don't think that those two, the cell, so, restate your question?
The meeting that happened that week, the
Oh,
informal
yes.
conference where all the interveners effectively in this
Yes,
room
sorry.
were all there. Office of the Attorney General, KIUC, I think the joint interveners participated remotely. Walmart's representative was there.
Right.
The AEP representative in the room specifically mentioned an interest in a distribution rider. Do you remember that?
Not really, but I'll take your word for it. But yes, we were already discussing the rate case, I believe, at that time. Because, I mean, we made it clear that day too, and you confirmed that we had to have rates effective January 1st, 2024. So yes, we were already discussing what would be.
And I'm sorry, I don't want to correct you, but when you say you mean there's a commission order that specifically discusses new rates effective at the beginning of 2024?
Well, I believe that's the case.
Okay. I want to make sure.
Sorry,
that-
yes.
There's no royal, that was a 93 days I don't want back. There's no, I'm not we anymore. The IRP, great example. Generation, right? That's what the IRP looks at primarily.
Right.
If we can go to page 62 of this document, and that's all about Kentucky Power. Let me know when you're there.
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the 4% CAGR across those, that bar graph?
I do.
And that is actual and estimated rate-based proxy through 2028, correct?
Yes.
And would you, would it be safe to assume that CAGR stands for compound annual growth rate?
It does.
Okay. And then to the right of that is a table that shows normalized gigawatt hour, or we'll just call it normalized electricity sales.
Right,
actual and estimated through 2026, right?
right,
At the bottom, it says KIPCO, which is Kentucky Power Company, right?
yes.
2024 through 2028 capital by function. You see that?
Yes, I do.
You all don't anticipate any generation between now and 2028 other than the 8 million in quote environmental generation. Is that correct?
I would, Witness Vaughn would be the better person to answer that, and also Witness West could too, but, you know, we're following our RRP plan. We have the RFP out now, for purchase power agreements, which will help to rebalance our generation, load, where we have 100% owned in Mitchell and Big Sandy. We will be out of Mitchell by 2028, or in 2028. And are you asking me if we plan to build or own generation before then?
I'm asking you to confirm that other than that $8 million here, it does not show that you intend on expending any capital in relation to new generation.
I mean, based on what I'm looking at and what I know, I would say Witness Vaughn is probably the better person, or Witness West for this. I mean, this is, to me, somewhat of a forecast, and I can't say for sure exactly where this number originated.
Well, and that, I don't want to harp on it, but that's part of the reason I'm asking all these questions is because AEP is out there telling investors what Kentucky Power is going to do, and there seems to be a disconnect between what AEP thinks Kentucky Power is going to do and what you said earlier is that Kentucky Power doesn't quite know yet what it's going to do.
Well,
is that accurate?
No, it's not accurate. Kentucky Power is going to follow the IRP. We have the hearing coming up with you. Our immediate plan is to execute the purchase power agreements, bring those to you. We'd like to extend the life of Big Sandy. I think that's the decision. We have to make a decision about Mitchell Plant. And if, financially, if the company is healthy enough to attract the capital that we need to build a plant, quite frankly, it's about prioritization right now for us. We only have so many dollars to spend, and we can get that through a PPA right now, our generation resources. We can't do that for distribution. And perhaps the reason I can't answer all your questions is because I am still learning and I'm new in my role. But, again, Witness West, Witness Vaughn certainly could help you.
Okay. And again, Witness Vaughn works for AEPSC. Is that right?
He does.
Okay. And I'm not saying he doesn't do work for you. I'm just saying
He
that's
does a
his
lot of
ultimate
work for
employer.
us.
What's that?
He does a lot of work for us.
All right. I have a question for you, Ms. Wiseman. I have lots of questions for you. You're generally aware of the existence of AEP Kentucky Transmission Company, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that there are other AEP transmission companies or transcos in other areas of the country owned by AEP, right?
Yes.
There's one, we'll call it out west. There's an Ohio one, a Kentucky one in West Virginia, and another in Indiana and Michigan. Is that right?
I think so.
And did you know that, we'll call it back in the day, 10 years ago approximately, maybe 12, that AEP and Kentucky Power really helped, also wanted this, that AEP Kentucky Transmission Company came to this commission seeking status as a utility. Are you generally aware that that could have happened?
Yes, generally. I worked in West Virginia at the time.
That's fine.
Yeah.
And the reason I ask is this. The commission made a decision in that regard. AEP Kentucky Transmission Company existed, has about $100 and something million rate base now. It's all in this EEI item. But Kentucky Power and AEP heavily participated in that case and provided testimony in that case. And some of the testimony specifically in that case discuss the allocation of capital with or without AEP Kentucky Transmission Company relative to other jurisdictions that might end up with transmission transcos themselves. And I guess what I'm asking is, it's my understanding that the person who testified in that regard is no longer with AEP or Kentucky Power. And my question is, who of the 25 witnesses that we have, or the 24 other than yourself, should I be asking questions to about AEP's allocation of capital to Kentucky Power relative to the other operating companies and subsidiaries that AEP has, and their effect on Kentucky Power's health, the health that you were kind of just alluding to there?
So I'm gonna look at this witness list for a second, because I would likely refer you to witness Ali for that. You could also witness Burkholder, may be able to help.
Ali and Burkholder for allocation of capital.
I believe so. I mean, certainly witness West, apologies to witness West, but he may be able to answer as well.
Did you ever know a gentleman at AEP, the last name was Boteler, B-O-T-E-L-E-R?
I did not.
How about Lisa Barton?
I don't,
No, of
I
Lisa
know
Barton?
of Lisa
Yeah.
Barton, yes.
And she's recently left AEP, is that correct?
She is. She's a CEO now somewhere else.
And the third witness that was presented here as a witness in that case is Greg Pauley. He was previously, I think maybe his last position with AEP was as president and COO of Kentucky Power, is that right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
So, your all's capital structure is heavy in debt relative to equity, right?
Yes.
Can you pull, Stacy, can you? I don't think it's actually this one. Yeah, here we go. Can you go to page 44? Okay, great. So let's just look real quick on, actually, do you know what page we were just on?
62.
Great. Can you start at 62, back where we just were, Kentucky Power?
Yes.
What is Kentucky Power's 2022 actual rate base?
2022 actual rate base is 2022, 2.446.
Okay, and it's going up 4% a year.
Pardon?
Going up 4% a year.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Can we go to 44 now? Let me know when you're there.
I am.
And that's the Transco legal entity structure. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and you see that under AEP Transmission Company LLC, i.e. AEP Transco, that it lists the 6 Transcos there with a total net plant of $14.3 billion?
Yes, I see that.
Is it would you know whether or not any of those Transcos effectively didn't exist prior to 2011 or 2010?
I do not know that.
Okay. Would you agree that I&M Transco has a net plant of $3.88 billion?
I see that on the slide here.
and that AEP Ohio Transmission Company has a net plant of $5.822 billion.
I see that as well.
And AEP West Virginia Transmission Company has a net plant of $2.639 billion.
Yes, I see that.
And AEP Kentucky Transco has a net plant of $170 million.
Right.
And relative to those first three, AEP APCO, or Appalachian Transmission Company, has about the same size net plant as Kentucky Power, or the AEP Kentucky Transco, about 127 million. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. So is it safe to say that by virtue of the fact of having that plant, it's clear that capital is being allocated to those entities?
I would assume so. I am not, I'm not qualified really to speak to the slide even about, and transmission, transco allocations.
Well, let me ask you this way. Is it your understanding that you are fighting with these affiliates for allocation of capital by AEP? This is who you're competing with for allocation of capital from that red at the top, American Electric Power?
Well, I mean, I don't know if competing with them is the right way to classify that, but these are our, obviously our sister companies in AEP. We're allocated, 170 million net plant portion. That's our portion. Again, I think this is all subject to change and could vary from time to time. I mean, I haven't really studied the slide too much.
Okay. So the reason I'm asking is your answer earlier in relation to generation was that given your all's financial shape right now and your limited available capital, my understanding from your response was that that's the reason you're going with purchase power agreements as opposed to investing in generation. Was that the case?
Well, one of the reasons why we're going with purchase power agreements right now is because it is a lower cost option for customers, and we can bring purchase power agreements to fruition quickly, and whereas we can't do something like that with our capital dollars in distribution or even transmission. And so it's about prioritizing the capital that we have, and the reason we're not pursuing, there are a number of reasons, but one of the reasons, I think what you're referring to is that I said building or owning generation in Kentucky is because of the financial health of the company. We need to be able to attract reasonable capital investment. So, I mean, in the future, yes, I'm hoping that that is the case, that we're able to build or own. And, as the RFP process plays out, something may reveal itself there. I don't know that yet. Can't predict the future on that.
Who are you trying to attract capital from?
Who are we trying to attract capital from? I don't know how to answer that.
Who gives Kentucky Power their capital?
Well, I mean, and I think you want me to say AEP gives us our capital.
I don't want you to say anything.
Yeah.
I'm asking you who gives, I think it's a very factual question.
Yeah.
That you get your equity capital from
We do.
American Electric Power, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And you get your debt capital from creditors, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then finally, on the generation front, a lot keeps being said about the future of Mitchell Plant in 2028. That I've heard the term, we're out, or Kentucky Power is out of Mitchell, not just from you. I'm not referencing your testimony necessarily, but we got to deal with Mitchell. It's over in 2028. We're out of Mitchell, whatever it is. Who can I ask from Kentucky Power what the Kentucky Power position is vis-a-vis the Mitchell Power Plant?
Well, I mean, that would be me likely.
Okay.
Want me to answer?
Well,
We
I
don't-
do, and I want to be clear, I'm not asking for a legal opinion.
Right, there is a lot of legal opinions to be had, and that would be part of my answer, but we have to make a decision. And I've heard you say things about the Mitchell plan. I mean, it's complicated. And, I mean, that's not what you've said, but we are, we have two commissions, because of, we own half, and APCO owns the other half, but we are working on options that we will be bringing to you, to this commission, in the future, in the near future, I hope.
Okay, but let me be clear. Do you have a plan to give away your half of Mitchell to an affiliate in 2028?
We do not have a plan like
Do
that.
you know whether your affiliate expects you all to give away your half in 2028?
I do not. I mean, these, again, I think these are legal decisions that have to be made, and I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah. Who from, are you the person from Kentucky Power that is having these conversations with the leadership of, was it APCO that owns the other half, or Wheeling that owns the other half?
It is Wheeling Power,
Wheeling,
but
okay.
APCO leadership manages Wheeling Power.
Okay. Who is it at Kentucky Power that's dealing with the folks at Wheeling?
So, we have the operating committee that you're familiar with, so that is the APCO folks, the president, Aaron Walker, and their VP of Regulatory, and Brian West and I are a party to that. Tim Kearns is also involved. And then, of course, we have legal counsel that's involved in that, too.
Yeah. Who
So-
does the
Sorry.
This is not a legal opinion, what I want to ask. Do you have your own legal counsel in that proceeding? Or in those negotiations or conversations?
We have AEP legal counsel. Is that
Okay.
what you mean? Yes.
Well, I don't mean anything. I'm just asking, do you have legal counsel that exclusively represents you in those discussions?
I would say, I mean, I don't know about this particular discussion, but generally, yes, we have legal counsel that represents us.
Only you?
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know what all they do.
Yeah. Could you appreciate that there might be a concern that since AEP is also an affiliate with everyone else involved in the discussion, that without having that discussion, there may be concerns around duties and obligations to individual clients? I'm just curious do you have a concern of that?
I do not. I think there will be we'll bring options to this commission.
So, gonna go back to that original thing, I'm gonna keep harping back to it. Are you under the impression or opinion that in that situation, what's good for Kentucky Power is, the Venn diagram is, the two circles completely overlap, that what's good for Kentucky Power is good for Wheeling/APCO and AEP and vice versa?
I don't know what's good for Wheeling Power and APCO. My responsibilities are only in Kentucky, and, I think that we'll be doing the right thing, if that's what you're worried about. We'll be doing the right thing with Mitchell Plant, and we'll be coming to you with options to consider.
So this was on page 26 of that document, this is the other thing I wanted to follow up on earlier. Because this page that we had here was just about the transcos. Do you see this other organizational chart on page 26?
I do.
That includes the transcos and Kentucky Power Company, and that ultimately the parent of all of those is AEP Inc.?
Yes.
And so when I was asking earlier about competing or, whatever, fighting, I think is the other term that I used for capital, these are the folks that are being allocated AEP's defined amount of capital any particular year. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I presume so.
Okay. Is the DRR, or is one of the bases for the DRR is that it'll be easier to attract capital for your distribution investments, given the real-time recovery, or relative near real-time recovery relative to base rates?
Can you repeat that question?
Is one of the reasons for seeking the DRR, the distribution rider, related to attracting more capital to make distribution investments, given the near real-time recovery of those investments?
I'm not sure. I'd probably defer you to Witness West on that question.
Okay, let me ask you differently. Have you had any conversation or have any personal knowledge of whether or not you expect, or that you expect Kentucky Power to get more allocation of capital for purposes of investing in their distribution system with the DRR than without?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. Do you expect, given the DRR, that you'll get more allocation of capital than you would without it?
I really don't know the answer to that. Again, Witness West can answer that.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wiseman. Ms. I
Blend,
forget which one.
Your Honor.
There you go, Ms. Blend. You have any redirect?
I do, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Wiseman, I'm referring as well to AEP's 14A SEC filing from 2022 that the chairman referenced earlier.
Yes.
And for purposes of the record, that filing is an SEC filing that files the company's definitive proxy statement. Earlier, the chair asked you questions about former AEP CEO Nicholas Aiken's compensation in 2022, and I believe he also referred to compensation in the years 2020 and 2021 as well. And he discussed a range of compensation between $15.5 million and $16.3 million. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Okay. Is it your understanding that those numbers are total compensation numbers, or that those numbers are Mr. Aiken's salary in those years?
I would presume they're total compensation numbers.
Would you be surprised to learn or to know that Mr. Aiken's salary in those years was approximately $1.5 million in each year?
Sounds about right.
You're familiar with the settlement agreement that was filed in this case, correct?
I am.
And referring for purposes of the record to Section 2E, Romanet 2 of the settlement agreement, is it your understanding that in this case, Kentucky Power has accepted operating expense adjustments to remove incentive compensation, SERP expense, and 401K matching expense for pension plan participating employees from its cost of service?
Yes, that's correct.
So is it your understanding that in doing so, AEP will, or Kentucky Power will forego AEP former CEO or other executives' non-salary incentive compensation?
Yes.
So those are not going to be included in the revenue requirement that the company is asking the commission to approve in this case, correct?
That's correct.
You were asked questions about an EEI, the EEI presentation that we were just looking at, related to a reference to the Kentucky strategy. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
As part of your strategy as president and COO of Kentucky Power, since you took on that role, have you also been engaging with stakeholders, both customer stakeholders and government stakeholders?
Yes, of course. I mean, we started that process. Really, it's probably why I was hired in Kentucky, is to build relationships, but the pandemic interrupted that a little bit. And then, but we, certainly, I think the start of the year with the securitization legislation led to some opportunities to meet with stakeholders such as the Attorney General's office and others. And then as we moved toward after the sale was terminated, we moved toward the rate case filing. You know, we had the pre-filing conference with interveners and met with others throughout the summer, and continue as part of the settlement agreement to set up opportunities for additional collaboration, especially with the joint interveners on, you know, customer relief matters or ways that we can help, particularly our residential customers.
And so it sounds like those discussions led to feedback the company received from stakeholders, both customer representatives and other stakeholders?
Yes, feedback for sure.
And what has the company done with that feedback?
Well, certainly we have taken into consideration that any feedback that we get, and it led to, I believe, a settlement agreement too with discussions that have taken place over the past month or so.
So is it fair to say that that feedback has helped to shape and that the company is anticipating that it will continue to shape the Kentucky strategy?
I believe that's a fair assessment. I mean, certainly, again, I've said this several times, but I'm new in my role, and I think one of my strengths is trying to, you know, bring groups together and work on what's best for Kentucky Power and its customers and the territory. And so we already have strong collaboration with economic development organizations. I'm excited to be able to work with the groups like Mountain Association and others on, you know, what else we may be able to do.
Referring you to page 62 of the EEI presentation that you discussed with the chair, and that's the Kentucky Power specific capital forecast
Yes,
information.
I'm there.
Are you there? Okay.
Yeah.
Does Kentucky Power provide input into the development of the numbers and the forecast information on that presentation, or is that information developed by AEP?
No, we have input on that, and certainly, you know, Brian West has dual roles of regulatory and finance, but he has a business operations team that works with corporate planning and budgeting, and certainly I've been involved in some of the discussions and the calls in my short time in the role this year, and we, you know, we're regularly involved in budget forecasting, transmission distribution planning, all of those areas.
Thank you. Changing gears slightly, you were asked questions this morning or before the lunch break regarding aspects of the company's filing, including the settlement agreement, that were intended to provide assistance to, I'm paraphrasing, but provide assistance to or address challenges that low-income residential customers, including LIHEAP customers, face. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
Are there any other aspects of the company's either direct case filing or the settlement agreement that relate to that objective or that set of objectives?
Well, the seasonal tariff was one of them that I couldn't recall earlier, and so I think that, you know, that is obviously one that we worked with the interveners on too, and then the allocation of the EEDSM programs, should those be approved, that we would give 21% toward low-income customers on that piece.
And when you reference the seasonal tariff, are you referring to the optional seasonal provision that company witness Spaeth sponsored in his direct testimony?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then with respect to the DSM filing, the company is committing, as part of the settlement of this case, to file a new portfolio, an application to establish a new portfolio of DSM and EE programs by May 1st, 2021. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that was part of a settlement agreement.
And the company further has committed to ensuring that at least 21% of the funding for the programs included in that filing, that DSM filing, will be allocated to assist low-income customers, including those who may be eligible for LIHEAP assistance?
Yes, that's correct.
would you expect that some portion of that DSM filing would include programs or measures targeted at addressing weatherization measures for low-income customers?
I'm sure it will, yes. And, that is part of, again, the settlement agreement. And we had already planned to have another stakeholder conference before we file, and we will do that with our interveners and, further discuss what we can either do in this case or in a future one, too.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Do you have anything else? All right, thank you, Ms. Wiseman. Judge Claire, next witness. Ms. Glass?
Yes, Your Honor, the company calls Brian West. I'll be presenting Mr. West.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and business address for the record.
My name is Brian West. My business address is 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41101.
Ms. Glass?
Thank you. Mr. West, can you please state your position and by whom you are employed?
I'm employed by Kentucky Power Company as Vice President of Regulatory and Finance.
Did you cause to be filed into the record of this case direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, testimony supporting the settlement agreement in this case, and responses to data requests?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to any of those documents?
Yes, to the settlement agreement itself. We talked about this a little while ago. It was the 2017, it was a reference to 2017 instead of 2023 on the signatory
I'm sorry,
pages.
could I ask you to speak up just a bit? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Pull the microphone closer to you.
Sure. With respect to the settlement agreement itself, the signatory pages had the wrong date on them. And it said 2017, and they should have said 2023. That's the only correction that I'm aware of. And I believe we discussed that those would be corrected and filed.
Thank you. Subject to that minor change to the date, that is not a substantive change to any of the terms of the settlement agreement. If I asked you all the same questions in your direct rebuttal and settlement testimonies and your responses to data requests today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. West, if you can't hear me, just let me know. But also, my questions kind of jump around a little bit based on some of the things that were in the settlement. But as just an initial matter, when you filed the settlement agreement, could you now file as a post-hearing data request a red line copy of the tariff sheets compared to what they were in the application and what they are now in the settlement agreement?
Okay. So there is a copy attached to the settlement agreement. Are you saying that those aren't sufficient?
We had some trouble when we looked at those, determining what was changed. If you could just do a clear red line copy of what was in the application and with what's now changed in the settlement.
Certainly.
We're happy to do that. We'll get that filed.
Thank you. So, one of the big things in this application is the proposed securitization. And it's laid out in the application in all of the technical wording that's required, and I appreciate that. But could you explain how the securitization will work, kind of step by step, for people who might be watching in Kentucky Power Service territory using non-technical language? Kind of what's going to happen with the securitization?
The way I think about it is it allows those costs that are, regulatory assets as of June 30th of this year, to be recovered over a longer period of time than they normally would be at a lower interest rate. And that's essentially how I think about it at a high level.
And I guess just to make it clear for anybody else who would be watching, but like what happens? I guess kind of like walk through the basic steps of how all this will work for the customers, I guess.
I think that it would probably be best for me to reference Witness Messner
Okay.
and Niehaus to go through the details of that.
Okay.
They'd be able to explain it more clearly.
Then I do have one more question kind of about that though. You all talk about in the application and in the settlement that because of the securitization that bills will decrease. But then they are gonna actually go back up once all the securitization rider is, when securitization happens and that rider then goes into effect.
That's correct. Our proposal was to postpone collection of the decommissioning rider and certain parts of tariff PPA until securitization, the bonds were issued, and we were ready to put that securitization charge on the bill as a separate line item. So, yeah, it would go down, and then there would be a bounce back up.
So as a post-hearing data request, we would like for you to provide 3 actual residential customer bills for the month of October of this year with all of their personal information redacted, but that clearly shows their base charges and all riders on that bill. And then provide that same bill with the request of the application, the request of the settlement, and then showing if it was secured with securitization financing rider at 5%. If they had been financed at 5%, the bonds were financed at 5%. Does that make sense?
It does. Are
Okay.
you assuming then a 20-year term on this?
Exactly as it was proposed. in
Just using the
application.
5%?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. Moving to something else. Does the depreciation rate, which I know you're not changing in this case, but does it include decommissioning costs or terminal net salvage costs for Mitchell?
I'd have to look at that. I'm not 100% sure about that.
Okay. And then could you follow up on that as a post-hearing data request? And then if it is included, also the test year depreciation expense for that terminal net salvage?
Certainly.
And then I know we talked about it a little bit with Ms. Wiseman, but I think she did defer it to you. Could you kind of explain some areas where you believe Kentucky Power's expenses will decrease because of the declining customer count?
I guess the way I'm thinking about that would be the variable costs to serve customers. Assuming fewer customers, you should have like fuel cost, purchase power cost, a number of variable things like that should go down, I would think.
And I actually, I think that's all I have for you, because I would defer those securitization questions for the other witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, just a few questions. One of the criticisms that we've heard through the years at public comment hearings is that they have a perception that utilities come to the PSC requesting way more than they need, thinking that they'll settle for something less, which is what they actually need. Given that this was initially an 18.3% request for increase that has been settled for not much more than half of that, about 11% now, can you see why that perception would persist?
Yeah, oh, I can certainly understand it. If I wasn't, spent the last 34 years in the business, I wouldn't understand it either, if I had any other job. As company witness Wiseman had mentioned, there were a number of things that the company did to mitigate this increase in the first place before it was even filed, and those are listed in her testimony. But beyond that, what is submitted and what the company submitted in its application are the costs that are on the books, right? They are the costs of the company. Prudently incurred costs to serve our customers, to provide fair and reasonable rates for those customers. So that's what gets filed, And then during the settlement negotiations, there's give and take, and there's value to the company in settling a case. There's value to our customers in having certainty of rates for a period of time, and for things that Witness Wiseman mentioned that we worked on and will work on with the joint interveners and any other interveners that wish to participate, parties to this case, on the various things that we committed to work on with them. So there's significant value in this settlement agreement. So to the extent that we're providing more value at a lesser cost, I think that's a good deal for our customers, and it's a good deal for the company.
But it's a good deal that you couldn't see prior to having conversations with the interveners? I mean, why ask for 18 if you can live with it?
As I said, the case was filed with the costs that were on the books of the company. I mean, the numbers are what they are. They were mitigated to a point by what Witness Wiseman included in her testimony. I believe there were 5 things that she had listed. A lower ROE request was one of those. That was worth X number of dollars, X million dollars. I don't remember the number off the top of my head. But, each one of those things was worth a certain amount of money. So those were mitigations, significant mitigations that were part of this case. The rest of it was, again, the costs that were on the books of the company.
Just a moment. Since you're not really very new to your position, are you familiar with this Kentucky strategy the chair was asking Ms. Wiseman about? Is there a document, something called the Kentucky strategy that AEP's developed?
Again, I'm not aware of any, I echo the comments of Witness Wiseman. I'm not aware of a Kentucky strategy document. I think that between Kentucky Power and, different folks at the Service Corps, we collaborate actively on strategy for Kentucky Power.
And I was asking Ms. Wiseman earlier about comparisons among this service area and the close-by areas, the counties that are served by other utilities.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that Kentucky Power's customers pay so much more than what seem to be similarly situated people in nearby areas. Are you able to give a better explanation as to to why that is without blaming the customers?
Well, I think that part of what Ms. Wiseman said was that, you're referring to Harlan County, and I think it was LG&E, KU?
Right, and Big Sandy nearby, as the chairman mentioned.
Okay. A lot of it has to do with the cost structure of those individual utilities. When I said that the costs that were on the books of the company, that's what we filed, right? So those costs aren't going to be identical for any other utility. They're different, right? They're always going to be different to a degree. So the rates are different. And there's a number of different factors, having not studied LG&E's cost structure, having not studied Big Sandy's cost structure, or any co-op for that matter. I can certainly sit here and say that there's going to be differences. That's going to drive differences in rates.
Is part of it corporate greed?
I have no idea. I'm not familiar with who runs those companies. I don't know.
That's all the questions I have.
Good afternoon, Mr. West. I'm going to ask you just some questions, just to follow up on what the Vice Chairman had just asked you. I actually had the same position you have in Illinois for Ameritech with a corporate parent. So you and I had kind of the same responsibilities. Can you walk me through how you put together a strategic plan? How you decide in 2021 what you're going to do in 2022? Who do you meet with? What's the flow of that? Who's in the room? And then who signs off on it? Because there has to be a strategic plan for AEP that meets with you to go through what your objectives are for the year.
So do you mean like with respect to regulatory filings, like a strategic plan, or in what respect maybe?
All for budgets, for what the, how you're going to invest in the assets in Kentucky.
Okay. So it probably happens in a number of different meetings or ways. I think about it as, on like the regulatory side and the finance side. So the group that I have in on my finance side, they work hand in hand with folks in the Service Corps who work, as Witness Wiseman said, they don't take a paycheck from Kentucky Power, but they certainly work for Kentucky Power, as they do for the other operating companies.
Correct. So all of them use that Service Corps?
That's correct.
Right, okay.
That's correct. It's a benefit for all of the companies. But putting together the budget and the forecast is an iterative process back and forth. It's not handed down from the Service Corps and then said, here you go, this is what you got to do. It's, let's put together the numbers, let's work on the assumptions, right? And it's back and forth until those are finalized. And there's a schedule that's laid out of, we've got to get this step done by this date, and this date, and this date. It's a very rigorous process to get, I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah.
Very rigorous process, but it goes back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and we review it, and we provide feedback, and we get another set of numbers, and we review those and provide feedback. So, that happens over a period of months, right? Putting together, like, next year's budget. There's a couple different forecasts that are done each year, and each time we do that, we go through this same back and forth iterative process, okay? On the regulatory side, the financial side will kind of feed that in a way. And what I mean by that is the forecast might show that, you have, well, I'm not sure that's the best way to describe it. I'll say maybe that there's less structure around the regulatory side. I mean, certainly there's a lot of compliance filings that we do that are on a, they're on a schedule. They're done at the same time every year. As part of this case, we may have a new filing. I mean, the securitization is a separate rider. The DRR is a separate rider. If those two were approved, those would create new things for us to add on our list. We've got to get those, we have to work on those. So there's certain things that are like, have to
Required.
get done, right? They're rider filings, they have to get done. They're compliance filings, they have to get done. And then there's other things that we want to do. The DSM filing that we're planning to do. In the settlement agreement, we committed to getting it filed by May 1st. So that's something that we're actively working on, and we've been working on that for a number of months. The RFP that we recently issued, we know that once we get to a point where we're evaluating those proposals, and we get down to a point of, working with the successful bidders on contracts and things like that, that we're going to bring something to this commission. So that would be another thing that would be on my strategic plan, I guess. And it was on my strategic plan last year,
You have a
to work
strategic
on.
plan from last year?
It's probably not an official document. It's probably more like, here's what I got to get done. You know what I mean? I'm kind of a note taker, and I write a lot of things down on my little notepad, and then when I'm done with them, I scratch them off and I throw that away. So it's probably not, I probably can't go back and put my hands on it, in other words. But I do have objectives that I want to get done next year,
And are they formally laid out for you? Or are they, no, there's no
No, I mean,
formal?
they,
Okay.
they would be, I guess I would go back to that collaborative or iterative process where, I would have talked with Witness Wiseman at some point and said, we're going to do a market potential study. And we did do that. And at the end of that, it's going to inform the filing of some new DSM programs. So it would have been conversations that I would have had with Witness Wiseman and others about that process.
So when you work with the different companies and the Service Corps, I'm assuming that those other states go through the same process. So as the chairman said, you're competing for funds, or is that?
You mean with like
A-
the corporate,
Mhm.
with
For
the
corporate
finance side?
funding? For investment?
It's certainly true that there is not an unlimited amount of capital,
Correct.
right? There's only so much to go around, and, a company needs to be able to have the need for it. And I guess what I mean by that is, is there a need on transmission system for asset renewal? Is there a need on the distribution system in that utility for asset renewal or for AMI or, something else like that? So those cases are made when we're going back and forth with that process, and we're talking with AEP, and we're talking with others at Kentucky Power about, what do we need to do? What do we need to invest in? Where can we make the most impact for our customers in terms of, reliability, resiliency, those kind of things? That's kind of how the DRR was developed.
And then when do you find out what your portion of the capital is?
Well, when that process is done, when the forecast is finally done, after that months and months of back and forth, then we would see, and we would have known what it is before that, because we're involved in it, right?
Right.
It's not like we just, it comes down and we get a number and we say, oh, okay. We are back and forth, and we're aware of it prior to that.
So there's a process for
There's a
doing
process.
this? Okay,
There's
is
a
it
process.
formally mapped out anywhere at Kentucky Power or at AEP? And if we asked in a DR for a document either from Kentucky Power or AEP, what the strategic plan is, we
Well-
could get a document? Is that something you could provide?
I'm trying to think here. I'm thinking of, like, the schedule. I don't know that would help you much, though.
When
I'm not-
the core prepared is looking at where to invest capital,
Yeah,
okay, there has to be a process that they go through and a strategic plan of where they're going to invest. And it's a collaborative process, but I would assume someone has a strategic plan, either, in the service
Well-
corp or at, but not at, you're saying not at Kentucky Power.
I don't know that I can put my hands on it, but what I'm thinking that you are maybe looking at is like, here's the transmissions, spend, okay, like a forecast for next so many years. And then here's what makes up each one of those projects, or here's the projects that make up that spend. Is that what you're thinking of? I mean, that would be the closest thing I could think of. It's like, identified by, like, Witness Ali, as far as planning the transmission system, just using that as an example, that here's the projects that we need to do in Kentucky because there are, this violation or that violation, or, we need to rebuild 40 miles of line or something like that. And those are laid out over a period of years, because they take years to build them. That would be something that if we haven't already provided, I think we could.
Okay, we'll figure it out and ask for it. And then just one last question. Who introduced the settlement discussions?
I'm not sure who called who first, but
Do you know if there's anyone who can answer that?
I think that it was either one of our council called, I'm thinking that it might have been Mr. Kurtz, or it was Mr. Kurtz that called one of our council, but it was almost like they, picked the phone up about the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take a short recess, and we'll come back from recess at 3:00. Back on the record in case number 2023-00159. Mr. West, you're still under oath. I think it's my turn. You're done with your...
Thanks.
Is there anything that, before I ask any questions, is there anything that you heard get pushed onto you that you'd like to address?
I know there is, I just probably need a question first.
Okay.
First they do that.
Do you expect that the approval of the DRR, that if the DRR is approved for Kentucky Power, that Kentucky Power will get a greater allocation of capital than without the DRR?
I believe that it's possible for that to happen. I wouldn't say it's a guarantee, just because I mentioned that there's a limited amount of capital to go around. It would certainly help, I would say.
Help in what regard?
It would help to secure the additional capital by having a more concurrent recovery mechanism like the DRR. And, the DRR will also support the company financially. In between rate cases, it's a way for us to recover those costs a little more concurrently. Now, the way that that's structured, though, is not, there's a lag on it. There's a natural lag built into our proposal where we spend the money in '24, for instance, and then we would file something in February of '25 and propose rates, for the next 12 months going forward, starting in April or May of '25, to collect what we spent in '24.
So let me go back to the original question.
Yes.
Is the DRR going to improve, do you expect to be allocated capital that you would not otherwise be allocated with the DRR versus without?
I expect to have a greater chance, a greater likelihood of getting the capital allocated to us with the DRR as opposed to without it.
The DRR include capital only or capital and operating expenses?
There is an amount of O&M that would be included in the DRR that is tied to incremental O&M based on those projects that are included in the DRR work plan.
And what is that incremental O&M reflect?
I think witness Phillips has more detail on that.
So he's the person I can ask of which O&M does and does not get capitalized? Which O&M gets expensed versus what gets capitalized in your other investments?
Well, I think the answer to that is that the O&M is expensed. So it's just one-for-one recovery of the O&M, and the capital would be capitalized.
Right, but there's, for instance, certain costs, like salaries, for instance, or certain labor expenses, that if the person is doing one job, the same cost is expensed, versus if they do a different job related to putting capital in the ground, it's capitalized. I'm asking.
Okay.
That's what I'm asking
I
is what
understand.
expenses do you all expect to incur and recover through the DRR? What costs that would be expensed as opposed to capitalized alongside the investments recovered through the DRR?
I understand what you're asking, and I don't have that detail in front of me. I remember seeing the numbers at one point, and Witness Phillips probably has more detail on what those O&M expenses relate to.
So we'll do this first. We're going to go into confidential session. No, and then I would ask folks in the back row to unlock the room. Unlock the GoToMeeting, sorry. Was the informal conference that that you attended, that I was asking Ms. Wiseman about earlier, was that informal conference, before that informal conference, had you had discussions about a rider similar to DRR?
Oh, yes. Yes. We actually talked about, and I'm not saying I came up with it. I don't know who came up with the idea. I think it was based on conversations that I had with some other folks that I consult with on, if we think that, we put together a plan, as I talked to Witness Phillips about, at some point, that a DRR type rider would help us to, support those projects, get capital for those projects, support the company financially in between rate cases, be able to pass on the customers, the costs only for those projects, with over-under recovery or over-under accounting. So I believe that in one of our planning sessions that we had for this case, we talked about that, and I'm sure that's how Ms. Simmons had become aware of it.
Okay.
So it wasn't like handed down from the Service Corps. It was collaboration between myself, others at Kentucky Power, folks at the Service Corps that we consult with on our rate cases, and a collaborative decision.
Okay. You all have testimony in this case from a witness that exclusively discusses distribution investments. Is that right? And the state of the distribution system.
Yes, Mr. Schlatt's.
And Mr. Schlatt's does not work, is a consultant. Would you agree?
Yes, that's correct.
How would you characterize Mr. Schlatz's testimony?
Kind of a broad question. What we asked Mr. Schlatt's to do was to take a look at our distribution system. We provided him a lot of data on it going back a few years. Develop a peer group, a fair peer group that we could be compared to. Because as you know, in Eastern Kentucky, we have what is not covered by trees is a hill, or it's a hill covered by trees. So we have a lot of hills and we have a lot of trees. We have a very challenging service territory for reliability purposes. So it's not fair to have to compare our reliability against, a utility that serves a flat urban area, in other words. So we asked him to develop a fair peer group that we could compare to, so that we could look at our investment relative to a fair peer group that has similar topography as we do, similar challenges as we do, and to see what the numbers came out. And I believe his testimony does that.
Okay. So he provides at the outset of testimony 8 numbered items of compelling evidence. Have you reviewed his testimony?
I have
I
reviewed
should have asked that
it.
first.
I don't have it in front of me though, Mr. Chairman.
That's okay.
Right.
So I just, couple of them. His testimony says, specifically, my testimony provides compelling evidence that Kentucky Power's, one, reliability performance is consistent with those of a peer group of electric utilities with comparable service territory characteristics and distribution system attributes. You were just talking about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Second one, that prior levels of investment is consistent with those of the peer group, which is notable as Kentucky Power's electricity demand and number of customers served has declined over the past 10 years. I think that's what you were alluding to as well. Is that right?
Yes.
Levels of spending on maintenance exceeds those of the peer utility group, particularly for vegetation management. However, as noted above, additional spending is needed to improve reliability. Do you remember that one?
Vaguely, yes.
Okay.
Been a while since I read it.
I guess, let me just ask about those three.
Okay.
Reading Mr. Slatz's rebuttal testimony would indicate that spending on the distribution system is not the problem. Would you agree?
I would agree that we need to spend on the right projects. And that's what was designed in the DRR was, you know, when I talked to Company Witness Phillips, when I talked to Company Witness Phillips about the DRR initially, it was, you know, what projects would you do that would make the most, you know, the biggest bang for the buck, in other words? You know, improve reliability for the most efficient cost. What would you do? You know, if you could have a program like that. So what Mr. Phillips and his team came up with was what's in the DRR work plan. So I would say that it's not fair to say that spending, you know, is not the problem. It's we need to continue doing the spending that we're doing in base rates, because those programs support reliability. But to make significant improvements in reliability, meaningful improvements in reliability, it's these other projects in the DRR that will help us get there in a more timely manner.
Okay. Do you make a distinction between spending and investing?
Well, I guess I mean, you could say spending is like O&M and investing is capital. I mean, that'd be one way to look at it.
I'm asking you, do you distinguish between the two in your responses?
I probably mix and match, to be honest with you.
So I genuinely cannot, and the reason I'm asking these questions, wrap my head around how you all have paid money for Mr. Slatz to come in and basically say, what we've done in the past is fine and it's consistent with what is expected and with a peer group. And basically, contrary to assertions that have been made, that's the case. But also, we need to do more. How are those two things consistent? Have you done enough in the past, or do you need to do more?
We are providing safe and reliable service for our customers, and our spending to this point on, and I forget how Mr. Phillips refers to them, but there are the reliability programs that are part of base rates, are designed to improve reliability, but we're wanting to make more significant improvements in those over a shorter period of time. So you could think about it as simply that we want to improve reliability for our customers in a shorter amount of time. Like, for instance, I think one of the programs is DACR, which is distribution automation, circuit reconfiguration, and reclosures, smart reclosures and things like that. Also building tie lines that provide an extra, an extra feed where you, if there's an outage, that you have another way of shifting. Mr. Phillips could talk about this a lot better than I could, but you have a way of shifting the feed so that you don't drop as many customers, those kind of things. We do those kind of things now, but the additional spend from the DRR will allow us to do more of that and improve reliability for more customers. So I think that we're spending now prudently to support our system, to provide safe and reliable service, but we want to improve that service for those customers. And that's what the DRR will help us to do.
Okay. So let me just ask this point blank.
Okay.
Do you agree or disagree that the proposal of the DRR and Mr. Schlatz's rebuttal testimony is an indication that the utility should have invested more in the distribution system in the past?
I do not agree with that.
So I want to be clear about your statement just now or a second ago about that the DRR will allow you to do more.
Mm-hmm.
With the exception of being able to immediately start recovering depreciation expense, I say immediately, in the next year, but more timely recovering depreciation expense for the capital employed during the previous year, and then the utility choosing to take that depreciation expense and plow it back into subsequent investments. The DRR, I heard you say earlier, does not guarantee that additional capital will be allocated to Kentucky Power. So absent retaining that depreciation expense on the capital employed in previous years and reinvesting that, without additional allocated capital, which you say that you can't promise that AEP will provide you with the DRR, how will it actually lead to greater investments in the distribution system than you all would have made with just using base rate cases?
Well, I don't like absolutes. So that's why I have to say there is no guarantee. I'm confident that the DRR designed the way that we did with the guardrails that we put around it, that's enumerated in the settlement agreement, will benefit the company to be able to recover those costs more concurrently, will benefit customers. And I just can't say that, as soon as we get approval, I'm going to get a check for, however many millions of dollars or whatever for capital. I can't make that statement because it's an absolute. I'm saying that I'm confident that we will have a much better opportunity to make the case for that capital because we would have the rider in place to recover those costs.
Why is it that AEP can't tell us or tell you how much capital they will give you with the DRR versus without the DRR if they have effectively gamed out all of these years of expected capital spend across all of their operating companies?
I'm not saying they can't say that, Mr. Chairman. I guess what I'm saying is that things change, right?
Have you asked that? Have you asked how much capital will we get with the DRR versus without in preparation for the 5-year plan you're working on this wisely
Yeah,
with?
they've seen the 5-year plan, and we've vetted that with all of the appropriate folks, not only at Kentucky Power, but at the Service Corps. So they're well aware of how much that plan is worth each year, okay? And as I said, I'm confident that we will get the capital that we need if the DRR is approved. I can't guarantee it, but I'm confident of it. But what I'm saying is that things change. Priorities change. Interest rates change. Lots of things change that could change the answer.
Yeah.
So I can't say it's a certainty.
I'm not asking
That's
you
all I'm
that.
saying.
I'm asking specifically, what capital do you think you will be allocated with the DRR versus without?
I think that what's in the DRR plan is what we would be allocated.
And without the DRR, what do you think you'd be allocated?
We have, I don't have it in front of me, but we do have a forecast for that.
Okay, that'd be great. That's all I'm just
We
trying to
have a
get,
forecast for it.
I'm
yes.
trying to get to
We do.
Commissioner Regan's questions. How much of this is written down, played out? I don't want to say gamed out, that indicates that it's not serious, but that I still don't have an appreciation after a full day of hearing how much the capital needs and plans and strategy going forward of Kentucky Power is on paper. That's what I'm trying to ask. So
I
as a post-hearing
understand.
data request, we'll ask for your expected capital plan for the distribution system over the next, we'll pick a horizon in the question, with the DRR versus without, and which of those projects you intend on prioritizing with the DRR versus those that you would settle for without the DRR.
Okay.
Because I assume that it's the projects that are driving the dollars and not the dollars that are driving the projects. Is that right?
It's the projects, yes.
Okay.
I understand what you're asking now.
And
Thank
I'm
you.
just trying to get very specific with questions so that we take out the nuances or the
Sure.
hedging or whatever it may be on
Sure.
the question. The transmission study. So is it your understanding, have you reviewed Mr. Burkholder's testimony in this case?
I have.
direct Testimony?
Yes.
Are you aware of that delta that he refers to of the amount that Kentucky Power pays as an LSE versus the revenue they receive as a transmission owner?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And do you remember the magnitude within, let's call it a couple dozen $1 million? Do you remember the magnitude, the difference of those?
In Mr. Burkholder's testimony?
Yeah.
In general, revenues were higher than expenses, maybe 20 or 30 million.
Revenues were higher than expenses, or expenses were higher than revenues?
I'm sorry, you're right, expenses were higher than revenues.
Okay, so, let's see here. Do you have a copy of Mr. Burkholder's testimony with you?
I do not.
So I'll reference it and to your point, but Mr. Burkholder, am I saying that? Burkholder?
Burkholder.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
I have a clean
Would you,
copy of
would
Mr.
you
Burkholder's
provide,
testimony.
would
May
you
I
mind to
approach?
provide him a copy? Thanks.
Sure.
But on page 10 of his testimony, I'll just talk about it while Ms. Blinda's providing you a copy. On page 10 of the testimony, Mr. Burkholder discusses that the test year revenue for transmission was about $86 million. That's on line 8. Let me know when you see that.
Yes.
Do you see that the FERC approved formula rate for Kentucky Power resulted in OATT revenue, OATT, Open Access Transmission Tariff revenue, of $86,296,748 on a total company basis as shown in Schedule B, Schedule 4. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you see on the next part where it asks what the test year Kentucky Power OATT expense is? The amount it paid as being a load serving entity?
I do.
What's the difference in those two? Would you agree it's approximately $50 million?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. Do you know if that's more or less than the delta in the past? What directionally, what that delta is, which way that delta is going? That difference is going?
In general, transmission costs have increased over time. But I believe that Mr. Burkholder sponsored a spreadsheet in Discovery, I think it was KPSC 6-8, attachment 1, that tells a little different story than some of the numbers that you were using this morning, Mr. Chairman. And I don't recall where you had sourced those from, but there was one that was like.
Your annual report.
7 million, you're referencing a certain account. And I'm not familiar with that account, but it was like 7 million to this, and then there was like a multiple of 11 times greater. And I think that when you discuss this with Mr. Burkholder, if you will review that document that I just referenced, KPSC 6-8 Attachment 1, it tells a more complete picture. I'm not sure that you had sourced the right numbers to compare to, if I can say that with respect.
So I've got lots of questions for Mr. Burkholder. And Mr. Burkholder talks about what he wants to talk about. That's all fine. But
Okay.
I'm asking about the delta between the revenues you get from transmission and the expenses that you pay for them. It's $50 million. That's a fact that Mr. Burkholder agrees to, right? That's his assertion. Do
It's
you
in his
know in the past whether directionally you all have paid that magnitude of a difference from what you've received in revenues?
I don't know off the top of my head if it's been that magnitude or not in difference.
Okay. So. Would you agree that as a general matter, having reviewed Mr. Burkholder's testimony, that the amount of revenue received for PJM LSE OAT costs is correlated to the amount of investment made in that utility's transmission? I'll ask it differently. That the revenues that he refers to on that page 10 that you've got in front of you correlates to revenue requirements filed through the FERC formula rates, and that revenue requirements are correlated with rate base.
With the transmission rate base, I think that's generally correct.
That's kind of rate making, right? I mean,
Yes.
it's the lag or whatever you want to call it is taken out because of the formula rates. But the more Ms. Wiseman talks about the three reasons for the rate case. One of them is invested capital in Kentucky Power that is unrecovered at base rates. So you invest money, you've got to recover that, the return of and return on, that increases the revenue requirement, correct?
Yes.
And that as long as you get rates to cover that revenue requirement, the revenue for the utility should increase all else equal, right?
It should. There's a number of reasons it may not, but it should.
Well, maybe year to year there's volatility, but that's directionally the way things go, right?
Directionally.
Okay,
yes.
great. Do you know how Kentucky, so combining Kentucky, AEP, Kentucky Transmission Company, and Kentucky Power, that how Kentucky's investment in transmission has correlated with the investment in transmission in Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, West Virginia, Virginia, and Tennessee for the Ohio Power Company, Indiana, well, let me just ask, for the affiliates you all have in those states?
I know that there has been increased investment in some of those other operating companies because they've had need for it. And what I mean by need is, I'm not saying need like baseline projects or supplemental projects. What I mean is like new load, that they've been fortunate enough to get in their service territory. So there has been some necessary transmission build-out. Again, Witness Ali would know more about
Yeah, I was gonna say,
each
let
one
me,
of
let me
those.
really stop you there, because you're getting out of your depth with regard to the driver of need for billions of dollars of transmission in other states. Would you agree? That's better for
I'm
Mr. Ali or Mr.
I'm
Burkholder.
speaking in general,
Okay.
that if you've got a lot of load coming in, you may need to build some transmission lines
And if
for
you're
it.
replacing all of your transmission at the end of their life, you would also have need for transmission. Would you agree?
You may have need for it there too,
Okay.
yes.
So we've got all these other states that have all this need for transmission. Relative to Kentucky Power, do you know whether they are investing in transmission at a faster pace or a slower pace to Kentucky's needs?
I do not know.
Would you agree that insofar as they are investing at a faster pace, that that would lead to the delta that we're seeing between the revenues and the expenses for those transmission, for that transmission as explained on page 10?
It's possible, but I would refer to Witness Burkholder for that same question.
Okay. So I can ask Mr. Burkholder, and I'm going to ask Mr. Burkholder, but the reason I ask you is because I'm also supposed to ask you about the timing of that transmission study. Okay? If taking at face value, if it is that other states in the AEP East transmission agreement are outpacing Kentucky Power in terms of their investment in transmission, and assuming for a minute that means that for Kentucky Power, their PJM LSE OAT expense will increase at a faster pace than their PJM OAT revenue, that means that Kentucky Power's transmission cost on an absolute basis, or on an absolute net basis, is going to increase. Would you agree?
Not necessarily. Some of those loads that I talked about, the loads that increase in other jurisdictions will cause fewer allocations to Kentucky Power.
Okay.
They will.
So taking a big step back, I'm not even, we weren't even talking about the allocations necessarily. We're talking
Well,
about
that's how the
such
cost gets-
significant increases in capital, such quick outpacing in the other states relative to Kentucky, that it doesn't matter if the allocation to Kentucky is 4%, 5%, or 6%, the delta is going to get bigger. That's what I'm asking about.
I understand that's what you're asking about. What I'm saying is it's not that simple. I'm saying that you have build-out, you have spend, but you also have increased load in some of those other load centers that I'm talking about that could offset that. And Witness Burkholder can talk about that much better than I can. That's my high-level understanding, that there is spend, but there's also increased load that will have an effect on the costs that Kentucky Power will pay,
Right.
as well as all the other operating companies.
The test year in this case ended when?
March 31st of 2023.
Great, March 31st, 2023. As of March 31st, 2023, Kentucky Power is paying $50 million in transmission OAT, PJM LSE OAT expense than they were receiving in revenue. Would you agree?
According to these numbers, yes.
According to your witness.
Witness Burkholder, yes.
Right, March
Yes.
31st, 2023. That's when those numbers are referenced to.
Yes.
Great. Do you know when you all started the timing of the study to address the transmission cost allocation?
Can I correct something here?
Sure.
The amount that is here on line 12 was provided by Company Witness Walsh, the 136. That is an adjusted test year amount that's been annualized. So it is not the March 31st, 2023 number.
Okay, so let's just use that then, and we'll ask as a post-hearing data request to clarify what your actual test year amount was before it was normalized or adjusted by Mr. Walsh.
Again, Witness Walsh could give you that without a post-hearing data request.
But, and I guess the question stands why the 86 million wasn't normalized, but we'll deal with that later. The $50 million difference there, whatever it was, end of test year.
Whatever.
It was an amount, it's in Mr. Walsh's testimony. The question stands, when did the transmission study get initiated?
I don't know specifically what day or month it started. I remember some discussions about this around May of this year. Because we had to, work, secure a consultant to work on this.
Secure consultant. So you all went out of house for this study?
I believe we're working with the consultant, but yes, we hired a consultant.
So, do you know what the difference between revenues and expenses were with regards to these two amounts and I'm not asking for the amount, I'm asking, did you see or are you generally aware of what the difference in those revenue and expenses were for 2022 calendar year, for 2021 calendar year, for any previous time period?
I'm not off the top of my head.
No, I'm not asking for I'm just asking, is that something you see and go, oh, it's fine, oh, it's a crazy amount of money? I'm just curious if those are two, who writes that check? I guess is really what I'm trying to figure out who becomes aware of the fact that there's a difference of $5 million or $50 million.
It is information that comes across my desk, and I review it from time to time and have discussions with, people like Cameron Ali or Alex Vaughn about different things like that. So I'm aware of them generally, yes.
And I just want to make sure I'm clear. Would you agree that it was not, and I'm not trying to ask this as a gotcha, I'm really not. I'm really, it gets hard after a little while in this position not to exclusively ask leading questions just because it moves things along. So I'm not trying to ask this as a leading question, but I don't know how else to ask it.
Okay.
Has that difference in those two amounts, the revenues and expenses of PJM LSEO revenues and expenses, before the commission ordered the company to do something about it, why wasn't it a concern enough to do something on the company's own volition?
I would say indirectly, it was. And I go back to economic development that Ms. Weissman talked about. It's not that we're like totally unaware of this, the load loss, customer loss, the costs, those kind of things. Economic development and putting a lot of effort into that is one way, is a primary way that we can help our entire service territory, all of our customers, the company. It's a win-win, right? As Witness Burkholder points out in his testimony, we don't know what the study's going to show. We don't know how other operating companies, other state commissions are going to react to whatever's in the study. Because it may mean that more costs go to them, right? Or it could be more costs go to Kentucky. So there's a lot of factors, I think, that go into making some kind of a decision like, you look at that and say, hey, that's too much. Let's go talk to, all the other commissions and all the other operating companies and just get them to agree that they should take on more costs. It's not that simple, is what I'm trying to say. There's a lot of legal, as he pointed out, there's a lot of things to consider in here where you just simply can't do that. But one thing we could do was work on economic development for the benefit of the company and the company's customers.
Yeah, but what does that have anything to do with the billions and billions of dollars that are being spent in other states and the relative small amount that's being invested in Kentucky?
If we had new load in our service territory, it would be similar to my example before. New load in Ohio, new load in Indiana, transmission spend there to support that. And what I mentioned about new load and changing the allocation of costs, with more costs going to where that new load is at. So it would have the same kind of effect if we would get that new load in Kentucky.
Right, but you saying earlier the new load in other states and being allocated more would result in more allocation to Kentucky. Using your same example for the new load in Ohio.
It may allocate more costs to Kentucky in that example, but it does bring benefits of jobs and other things that are going to benefit the company and the company's customers particularly.
Were you planning on staying at Kentucky Power post closing of the sale?
Post closing.
Had the Liberty sale?
With Liberty, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Were you
yes.
planning on staying at Kentucky Power
Yes,
once
sir.
it was purchased by Liberty?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you privy to any conversations about what Kentucky Power intended to do relative to the requirement that Kentucky Power address the issue? What that study would have looked like under a Liberty ownership?
I don't remember any conversations about that, other than in regulatory, there were a number of things that that were in the transfer order that came out on May 4th or something, that we were tracking. So I remember having some conversations with some folks saying, kind of a reminder, like, hey, you got to do this study, right? And got to figure out, who's going to do it and all that. So I remember having conversations like that, but not about the particulars of it, no.
Why should Kentucky Power care what the response from other states that get allocated more transmission expense be, or is? Can we ask the question again?
No, I understand.
Why do you, I'm going to withdraw the question because that was terribly phrased, but you stated a concern previously, or a consideration previously would be how other states would react if, after looking at it, they should be allocated greater transmission expense than they're being allocated today. Why is that your concern?
It's my concern because it affects customers of the greater AEP system. And let me explain to you what I'm thinking of there. I've heard Ms. Sloat say a number of times since she has become CEO, take care of the customer. The customer's the most important thing. Take care of the customer, okay? And I think you heard Ms. Wiseman echo those comments. So whether we're sitting in APCO over in West Virginia, or we're up in Indiana, or we're out in Oklahoma, we're taking care of the customer. So I care whether it happens to, what happens to Kentucky customers or customers in West Virginia or customers in Oklahoma. It's all part of the system. So I care about all of it.
Is anybody else looking out for Kentucky Power customers the way you're looking out for the customers in other states?
I can't answer that, whether they are or they aren't. I'm just telling you what my view is.
Is Mr. Burkholder in charge of this transmission study?
I'm not sure whether he's like the managing it or overseeing it. That'd probably be a good question for him.
Is this Kentucky Power study or AEP study?
I think it's both.
So what if, to the questions I've been asking, what if the outcome is, well, we could do this and that might be good for Kentucky Power, but it'd be bad for the rest of AEP?
I think that we're going to bring the study to this commission. You'll have the opportunity to review it. We'll have discussions about it. It'll also be shared with the other operating companies, and I'm sure they'll share it with all of their commissions as well.
And this study won't be done until after this rate case is over, is that right? After January the 14th?
Yeah, I know it said like 5 to 8 months. And again, I'm not exactly sure when they got started in earnest.
Yeah, I'm not either, so I don't know what 5 to 8 months is.
I'm guessing it would be after, but Mr. Burkholder might be able to shine some light there.
How long have you been with AEP and its affiliates?
34 years.
Say that again?
34 years.
34 years within the AEP system at some AEP utility?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know the gentleman that I was referencing earlier, or even
Was it
Bodler?
Vogler?
Boteler?
I don't recall that name.
Okay. So what we get for losing Mark? Of course, he tendered the witness. So okay. I know he's probably walking right now. So, all right. Oh, there was one more. I'm sorry, Mr. West. Generation. You saw the chart earlier from the EEI document, it's pie graph earlier about the allocation of capital between 2024 and 2028. Do you remember that generally?
Generally.
There was $8 million to quote environmental generation, I think. That was $28 million to hydro/fossil fuel generation, and the remainder of the $700 or $800 million was 90% of it was wires. Do you generally remember that being the case?
I think so, yes.
Does that implicitly mean that the anticipation is under your current capital structure or your current capital plans that you don't anticipate investing in generation between now and 2028, but instead expensing, buying something like purchase power?
Yeah, Ms. Wiseman had talked about this some too, that, right now, we need to focus on getting the company healthy financially. And then I would love to build generation in our service territory, believe me. But right now, we just can't, the balance sheet won't handle it.
Yeah.
We have to prioritize our capital where we can, it's like, again, Witness Wiseman said, I can get a PPA for generation, but I can't for distribution infrastructure. So we're prioritizing where we're putting our capital.
Yeah, so I understand you're looking out for yourself financially, looking out for customers, making sure you don't spend more than you necessarily need to, looking out for the balance sheet. You're generally aware of the Rockport UPA that expired last December?
Yes.
Okay. The Rockport UPA had with it an additional, even though it wasn't a capital expense, effectively additional money on the top that was colloquially referred to as an equity kicker. Do you remember that?
I think if I'm understanding it correctly, that's the part we were recovering through the capacity charge.
Yeah, I'm going from memory, but I think it was something like $6.2 million. But it was basically an incentive for Kentucky Power 20 years ago for you all to sign a PPA in lieu of going out and building generation. Because at the time, that UPA was cheaper than alternative generation. Is that your understanding?
That's my general understanding, yes.
Can we expect that if you come in for a purchase power agreement now, that you won't have to be incentivized with an additional return to enter into a PPA as opposed to investing in generation?
It would be my intention not to need to be incentivized. I don't think I need any more incent than to look at our ROE right now and know that we need to do what's right. We need to invest where we need to invest. We need to do what's right for the customer.
And so if going with the PPA is the least cost, most reasonable option, I just want to make sure I have an appreciation. It's not your intent right now to then have to then effectively seek additional money in order to go with that option.
It's not my intent, no.
Whose call is that? Ms. Wiseman's?
It would be a collective decision, I think, between
Yeah, the buck's got to stop with somebody. Do you?
Ms. Wiseman.
Okay. If not, we're going to impanel everybody that's in on the discussion and ask them questions about it. So.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so it's already 4:22. It's Ms. Glass this time, right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know how much redirect you have, Ms. Glass, but it's 4:22. I'd love to finish by 4:30. If you don't think you can get finished in about 10 minutes, would you have a preference for coming back tomorrow and beginning with Mr. West so that you'll have time to maybe have some discussion about redirect?
I'll take your offer and wait till the morning.
All right, and so we'll spend the remainder, thank you, Mr. West, we'll call you back in the morning for your redirect. And she's not here. I was gonna take up our other issue that we were gonna take up this afternoon. With Ms. Grunman. We'll start off, it's okay, Mr. Horn, we'll start off in the morning, having a discussion about Ms. Perry.
Okay, great.
All right. Is there anything else that we need to take up before we adjourn for the rest of the day?
No, from our
Okay.
perspective.
All right, we will adjourn for the remainder of the day, and we will be back at 9 a.m. Tomorrow morning and give you an opportunity to conduct redirect on Mr. West.
Thank you.